Welcome, everyone. We are on part 2 of our Creating Dash Proposals from Webapps series. Who knows how long this will go? Watch the first one if you are interested in some of the backstory, the motivation behind what we're doing. But just to give a brief recap, we want to be able to create JavaScript based. We want to be able to create Dash proposals from JavaScript web apps without having just copying the commands that we do in the 2 versions that we have right now currently. So I'll go ahead and get my screen share going. AJ, if you could do the same. And then Niles, you're with us today as well. You are setting up a language server for the C++ code base. So if you have a screen share that you want to get going, once you've done that, that would be great as well. Let's see here. Don't see the window. Creating Dash proposals. That's it. Okay, so the 2 sites that we looked at last time were proposal.dash.org and mnowatch.org/proposal generator. They both do roughly the same thing. They give you RPC commands to paste into the Dash core wallet. This is the step that we're trying to just skip and automate within the web app itself. Create a library so that other proposal generator sites, such as this one, such as proposal.dash.org, could import this library if they chose to, and have the ability for users to go through this process. But instead of pasting the wallet command at this point, they would be presented a QR code asking for a 1-dash payment. You pay you make that payment, and then the web app takes that, creates the transaction, and does the rest within the web app itself instead of having to rely on Dash Core. That's the overall goal here. And what we're trying to figure out is, first of all, what hash function is used when we create the governance object. So governance object, let's see, prepare these are the key value pairs that go into creating the governance object. Let's see, where is it? That's not it. Parent hash, revision time, data hex. Data hex is what I'm looking for, but where in the docs does it actually spell out the data hex? Additional regarding the example below. Okay. Data hex, details of the data hex field. So this is the data hex. We did this. We decoded one of them. Yeah. We created it on the proposal.dash.org and on MNOWatch. We decoded it. It just gives you this. There are, I think, let's see, other fields in addition to this, maybe, but this is what I'm seeing so far. This is an example, but I just wanted the exhaustive list of all the governance object key value pairs somewhere in here. I think it is somewhere in here, but anyway. AJ, do you have your screen share up? Are you ready?
I finished setting up the thing, so we can look through the code on my machine if you want.
Okay, and the code meaning we cloned down the C++ code base to figure out exactly what Dash Core is doing, how Dash Core implements it.
Right.
Because I don't think that like the hashing algorithm is documented in the docs. Not that I saw anyway. It might be in there somewhere, but just I'll look again through the stream to see if it is documented, but I don't think it is. Okay, so Niles, can you start a screen share, and we'll look through the code base because you're setting up a language server so that we can kind of follow the C++ code base a little better. Are you ready for that? Yes, I see that you're getting it up. AJ, is your screen share ready as well?
My screen share is ready.
Okay. Niles, I'm gonna put you on stage. Your screen share, is that right?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
So for some reason it is not. It's it's saying this code is not active when I click that. Okay.
Okay, so let's bump up the font for one, and then let's put something else. Yeah, there we go. And then if you could bump up the font like 2 or 3 more notches.
Is that good?
That'll work, yeah.
I feel like this is pretty large. So
yeah, that's good.
And I could probably full screen this as well. So that should help a little bit. So right now, that code that we were looking at before, according to this, enable wallet is not enabled by something.
Well, we figured out the enabled wallet thing.
Yeah, I can create the wallet now. That was just because I was on a master node, a testnet master node, rather than being on regular testnet.
Yeah, gotcha.
Rather than being a regular testnet node, I think you meant, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yep, yeah. It was a master node, not a full node.
Yep.
Right. So this is the code that we were looking at before, but right now it has this turned off because of this directive. So I should be able to just say like true, right? Just to turn it on.
I don't know if that's how ifdef works. Try 1 instead, though.
Let's do 1.
Did that work?
Or I should be able to just say define this.
Or just get rid of the... Yeah, define it as 1.
Okay.
Are you just saying to highlight it in your code editor, or what are you saying?
So it just turns the code on. So that this is a directive where if this is defined, then all of this code will be compiled. If it's not defined, then it won't. And it ends, let me see, it won't let me jump to the end of this. Okay. Let's see if someone was nice. Yep, they were. So this is the end of it. So all this code here is not going to exist if this directive is turned off. So I can turn it on by doing this, but I'm just saying when it's actually compiled, it might be turned off. That's all I'm saying.
And we didn't necessarily have plans to like make a different compiled version and test it that way. We were just looking through the code to see what it's doing, right?
Correct. Yeah.
I'm do that.
I'm saying that the code already was like this.
Okay.
So
yeah, so
already it conditionally compiles this if enable wallet is defined. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Right. So C and C++ code have a bunch of build systems and macro systems that are not standardized. They're just kind of ad hoc. And so every repository does it a little bit differently. And so whatever way this repository is set up, the tools that are working in this repository don't have a way to understand that we want the wallet to enable, and we don't know how to tell the tools to know that because we're not C++ devs.
Okay. And the main purpose behind setting up the language server was so that we could, yesterday we tracked down some sign functions and hash functions, and we wanted to like follow through with where those functions were going, right?
Right. So it lets us be able to hover over a word and then discover where it comes from. So, I was looking at it yesterday. I'm like, I have no idea where this is defined or what this means. In theory, he can hover over something. He just did.
I think he just did
it there. Here's the definition.
And then click, and then it'll figure out which of all the files is the actual definition. So
yeah, okay, cool. Because at least one question that we have is what hashing function it uses to hash the governance object.
So let me look inside of the governance object real quick.
Yeah.
So we have using this So what does that do? Does that unpack this into here? Using, okay. And we have a bunch of data. Okay. So let's go back to the hash part here. So when we get hash, that's coming from mObject.getHash, which is this. So we're making a C hash writer. And then we're putting this stuff in there. This is definitely overloaded. Okay, so let's go here.
C SHA 256. Okay, that's good. Even I have
double SHA.
Double SHA. There you go.
Okay, so we know what that means, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need to keep going down this rabbit hole where I could actually find where it's executing that, but we know what it is now. So
cool.
Okay, so we answered one question, right?
Yeah, we're cooking with fire already.
All right. What's the
what
next
other
thing
question did we have? We had a question about the BLS. AJ, where did you come across that in the code base, and can you direct Niles to that part?
It was. I don't really have a question about it.
We're pretty sure. I mean, there's a BLS signature involved with it's not, you're signing the op return output with a BLS signature. Is that what you're saying, AJ? That's what your interpretation of the code was?
Yeah. Okay. The question is this. The question was, which actually scroll back where you were. The question was, which hash is going into the collateral, and we said that it is the hash of the object, not the hash of the signature. I think that's what we just discovered, right? So that get hash function was just saying it's taking the double hash and it's serializing the governance object as just the JSON string, right? We go back to the get hash function real quick. Let me see. Get hash. Finalize result begin. Output size, result begin. I don't actually know how to read that. Go back one function before. Finalize hash. Okay, this is just big Indian stuff. Okay, nothing interesting there.
What is this one?
CTX.
Okay, that's just the beginning of the data.
I think it's the hash context.
Maybe this finalize?
So the result is what I want to know what it is. I'm assuming the result is result is what it's writing to. So this doesn't actually show the hash there.
If we go to C hash writer, we should be able to see this. Okay, so serialize is what's being called.
Yes.
And it's not 100% sure which one, or these are just all the overloads. Okay. So writing data. So it looks like we're writing data into a buffer.
Yeah, I'm imagining the serialize is just the bytes of the JSON.
Right.
But actually it could be more than that, because it actually it's more than the bytes of the JSON, because there's also a couple of flags that have to be passed, and so it's going to serialize the flags as well. So we do need to know exactly how it's serializing, because the governance object is the JSON, but it's also the other pieces. Or actually, maybe it's not the JSON. Maybe it's just the individual properties. So we do need to know what the serialize function does.
Okay. So here's the finalize function, or at least one of them, because we have this one. Is this different? That's
the hash function. We don't need to worry about that. It's a standard hash.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. What was the one you... Sorry, say it again. Which one you're looking for?
So this is not clear what data is being hashed, and that's what we need to figure out. Like if you look at that.
Oh, okay.
We just looked at it. I thought I saw it. It had. I saw
object
key value pairs. or key pairs, whatever.
So this is a governance object, which is
there you have the revision and the time. That's the stuff. But I
Yeah,
saw
so there's going to be revision, the time, and then also there's the hash parent, the revision, the time, the collateral hash, which that doesn't quite make sense because that would be recursive. How could you need the hash of the object in order to perform the hash of the object? Because you need the
No, that's a
okay.
different that's a different hash, I think.
Okay, right. So what we actually have is we have more than one, potentially more than one type of hash, because in the comment that we read yesterday, it said, and I'm going to make some notes here in Discord. Okay, so in the comment yesterday, it said, people lose 5 dash. If you were to search through for the string 5 space dash, you could find where that comment was. And it's saying that the hash includes the hash parent, the revision, some other stuff. Okay, that right there. This command is dangerous. So here we can see these are the things that are being used for the hash and get plain data as string. So
I'm going to open it.
Hold on. Don't do anything yet. So param 0 was something.
For what? Oh, for this? This is a JSON RPC request object.
It's just.
You want to see where we got it from?
It's it's a generic type. I know where it comes from. It's parsing the CLI. So it's parsing CLI parameters.
Gotcha.
And so these are something like 0, 1. Ryan, will you bring up the
documentation
prepare statement? No, the prepare thing that you had. Just bring that up because that shows us, or the documentation that shows us what these are. But like one of them is an int. It says get string, but it's getting it a string because it's going to hash it as a string. No, because getting it as a string because it's printing it out to the terminal. So what we need to know is the hash that this is talking about, is it the same or different from the transaction hash? And my guess is that when the governance object is serialized, the transaction hash is not part of the serialization. That's my guess. Either we have 2 different hashes, one that includes the transaction hash and one that doesn't, or the governance object hash never includes the transaction hashes. That's what my guess that this is. So
are we expecting there's another hash somewhere?
Hold on. Parent hash is going to be 0. Revision is going to be, I don't know. Is that 0? Is that 1? That's 1. Time is going to be, I believe it is seconds. It doesn't specify seconds, but I assume it's seconds. Because if it was milliseconds, I would hope that it would specify milliseconds. So it must be seconds.
It's seconds.
All right. So
and then data hex. So it goes parent hash, revision, time, data hex.
Okay, so it may be hashing the data. I think this is just what it's displaying on the CLI. It might be hashing the string of the hex, or it might be hashing the bytes, which are the JSON. Use is, so which, hold on, let me get out of here. Use is, and then output hash, the single output to submit the proposal free from output index, collateral transaction ID. So that, I don't know what use is means. Output hash. Oh, is that saying the address? I think that's saying the address. Single output to submit proposal fee from? What? I'm not sure what that is, but we'll see in just a second when we look further. And then output index. Oh, I think this is the transaction. This is the coin.
That's the dash transaction, right?
It's the coin. It's the coin that's being used. What is the output of the coin that's being used as the input? What's the output hash and the output index? So that's going to be a TX hash. Output TX hash and output TX index is what those are going to be. And then use IS. This is instant send. And that's ignored. I don't think that's part of it. So let me count here. I've got
Where are you looking,
hash.
AJ? What line are you?
The link that you just sent me is what I'm looking at. And then so revision.
I'll pop that on the screen for anybody else who's watching.
Okay.
Do you want me to pull up that link, or you got it?
You can pull it up if you'd like. Yeah, since AJ's talking about it, why not?
Okay, so I was just looking at it to make sense of that comment. So here it says first revision is parent hash, which is going to be 0 because there is no parent hash, or first argument. Second argument is revision. The next one is the time. Revision. The third one is the hex. Which I don't think that it's going to be hashed as hex, but it might. So what we need to figure out is how are these parameters serialized that's talking about. So if you go back to the code, it says in the comment which ones are used. So what does it say? It says, where'd that 5- comment go?
Right up here.
Okay. So if these arguments are lost, it's very hard to brute force them, and yet user ignores all instructions on dash central, etc., and does not save them. Let's log them here and hope the users do not mess with the debug log. Okay, great. So parent hash. So we know that the hash is somehow parent hash. It's also going to be revision. It's also going to be
And time.
the time. It's also going to be the data.
256 bits in the code.
That does not make sense.
Well, this one's stir data hex.
Sorry, what? Governor. Oh, is that a constructor? That's the constructor.
Yeah.
So I think
we could probably jump to it right now. Oh, we can't.
So I don't know what that uint 256 means. It looks like it's also a constructor. Like maybe it's creating random, opaque blob. Maybe it's just allocating bytes for a hash.
Default. And it has okay, these are static const.
That doesn't make sense.
And then this is okay, so this right here is putting data in. So this could put a byte in, and this could put.
I think this is just allocating. If you go back, how it's used is more important than how it's constructed. Because I mean, yes, knowing how it's constructed is important too. But if you can bring up that constructor of governance object, which maybe you have to hover over governance object for, I'm not sure. No, apparently not. If you can find
here's the definition of the signature.
Where is the constructor itself?
Okay, this is a .h file. Let's open up object.cpp. Okay, so it's going to be this one.
Okay, so it calls it collateral hash in. Okay, but that cannot possibly be part of the hash because in order to create the governance object hash, you can't need to have the transaction hash because you need to have the governance object hash in order to create the transaction. So I think that all it's doing is allocating. I think that is a constructor for a uint 256 type, and it's just allocating the data and passing in an empty object.
So AJ, I don't mean to derail us right now, but do you think it would be effective at this point, now that testnet, we've got it synced and everything? Should we just do one of these transactions on testnet and see what the output is on
No,
reg
because
test?
there is no output.
On reg test with the logging?
We need the intermediary representation. We need to know what the code is doing, because what is going across the wire doesn't tell us what the code does. We cannot tell from the hash which values were hashed. We need to look at the code. So let's finish this chain, then we can go do that.
Sure, yeah.
But we're not going to get any useful information from the outputs, because it just gives back hashes as
Right.
the outputs, which don't give us the data. But yes, in the
I'll be
debug
right back.
log, we might be able to see some of the other stuff. Okay, so will you go back to that comment, the 5- comment again? All right. So 0 is parent hash, 1 is revision, 2 is second since epoch, and 3 is not that. Though that's not where that's coming from. 3 is the data. 0, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
3 is the data.
Yeah, so here's
And
request
then-
params 3. It's put into stir data hex.
Okay, and then gov object get data as plain string. I'm guessing that is... So it could be giving... Okay, this is what it could be doing. It could be including the hash of the transaction object as 0. But get data as plain string. And let me see the last one. And hash. So data. So I'm going to call this JSON data, gobj data, and gobj hash, which the gobj hash is... Okay, so what we need to know are these two things. What get hash serializes and what get data as plain string. I'm guessing that's going to return it as hex. I'm guessing that is...
Okay. Do you want to look at this first, or you want to look at this
Get
definition?
data as plain string. Fudge.
Well, where's my cursor? Here we go. It's a vector.
Vector data.
Let's go back for a second.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we're looking inside of M object, which is this. And this has all the stuff that we expect, right?
I think get data as plain string
there's
is going to be
this.
the JSON itself.
And so I think that's just delegating in.
It's decoding the hex,
okay.
and it's calling that a plain string. Not because it's being validated as a string, but because the data that you give is supposed to be a string of JSON.
So yeah, it's pulling from this.
Yes. Vector data is going to be the decoded hex, meaning that's going to be the JSON string.
I can also find references. Load data, get JSON object. I don't know if that gives you another clue.
No, this is not. I don't have any interest in that at this time.
Okay.
I just want to know when it does the get the hash, what is it? And my guess is that it's going to be the parent hash as a string, plus the revision as a string, plus the time as a second string, plus the JSON data. That's my guess. Okay, so it's creating a string, and it's taking the hash parent as a string, right? Is that, or is this, what is SS is the hash writer.
Yep.
So yeah, the question becomes, okay, is hash parent a string? Is revision a string? Is time a string? What are hash parent, revision, and time in this? And then we got to check to see if there's operator overloading because...
Yeah. So this is a uint 256.
Okay.
This is
Wait.
an int,
Revision.
and this is an int 64.
Okay. So, oh, and it looks like it's turning, it looks like it is hashing the JSON as hex.
Mm-hmm.
Because it looks like it's converting the JSON into hex.
Yeah.
I
buy that.
Master node out point is...
This is a C out point. So this is doing something a little magical, probably.
I think it's just taking that single, adding dummy values to match old hashing. So I think it's taking 1, 2, 3, 4 bytes. Does that make sense? Yeah. 4 bytes into a uint 8 array, I guess. I guess that's a uint 8 array.
I think that the precedence probably goes the other way. So it's probably putting an empty one in and then putting this in? Or I don't know. You wouldn't be able to fit this. This right here is a byte, just 2 of these nibbles.
Right.
So
you're saying it's like doing...
Yeah, it's like doing this.
Okay, so masternode out point probably has an overload. And I don't know how overloads are declared, but it probably has something that overloads that double caret operator to do some sort of conversion.
Here we go. Friend. We're looking for a friend overload, I think. Nope. Let's go back.
Maybe we could ask GPT.
Okay. Master node output. It's a combination of a transaction hash and an index n into its v out.
So I think that is... I think that's essentially a coin.
Michael Cluster. Hi, team. Watching on delay. Have fun. Welcome, Michael.
Let me look one more time.
You know, it would be... Well,
I wish it would let me just like select an operation and then tell me what it does. There is a tool that does that though, CPP Insights.
Yeah.
I doubt there's a VS Code way of doing it.
Well, we might be able to just know what it is from the fact that it is an out point. Because what are the members of out point? It's got 2 members. Is that?
It's a hash and an index n.
But the C out point, yeah, go to its definition.
Yeah, it's a hash and an index n.
Okay, so I think the hash it put as 0. And then, this makes sense. 32 bytes. I mean, 32 bits, which is 4 bytes. So right. N is the FFFFFFF. The hash is 0. So I think that's what we've got there. So okay. The mn out point is a, what was that, 256? Or was that 128? 256, 0, and then 32. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, I'm just putting that in the chat. All right. So then it serializes that. I'm guessing it just gets serialized as 256 bits of zeros and 32 bits of F, or what that gets serialized to.
Okay.
I'm satisfied with that. Then VCH sig is the signature. This is weird. How can we possibly have a hash on the signature, a signature of the hash, if we need a hash to get the signature? So we're back to the 2 to 3 different hashes theory now. But it is it's definitely the parent hash, the revision, the time, the hex encoded JSON data, then an MN dummy, like a dummy out point. Technical term, Ryan. Dummy is a technical term. It's in the comments.
I got it.
Not being belligerent. It's on line 37. Dummy. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So VCH sig. So I'm guessing this is a signature of the data. Okay. So we have, all right, hash of G object is, we have hash of VCH data. We have hash of G object. Those are our two that we know that we have. So we have to figure out which hash goes to which. So what's VCH sig?
Looks like a
Find all
vector.
references. Can you find all references?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't hear you.
That's okay.
There you go.
So we're looking, it's probably in the object. Set byte vector. All this memory ceremony. What we're looking for. Okay, key sign, get signature hash. Okay, so we have two things here. I think this is called signature hash. Are you still there, Niles?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I gotta reset something.
Okay.
I was messaging Ryan.
And I was trying to figure out how to mute Discord from doing the doo-doo.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, would you be able to add my phone in? Okay.
Yeah.
And are you able to mute that one? Or actually, I can as well. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, there was a delay. Okay. Hopefully this works. Yeah, what was the thing you want me to go to next?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Signature hash. Get signature hash, which that's where it calls serialized hash, which is one of the places we were lost yesterday. Line 272. Since I'm not actually sharing my screen, I'm gonna.
I can share it if you want.
No, I don't want to share it.
Okay.
I want to move this to where it's more comfortable to be looking, because this is my main screen, but it's also the screen I share. Okay, so
Okay.
oh no. So we have a C hash writer. Oh, okay. So apparently there's an in type and an in version. But we didn't see that in the other place, did we? Can you go back to where we were just looking at serialized hash being called? Yeah, it doesn't have a type and version there. So I'm confused. I guess because it's being passed a dereferenced this.
Yeah. Inside
So,
of this, I guess.
so that can't be the right signature for that function because it's got too many things going on. Or, again, I don't understand how C++ works, so maybe there's implicit parameters.
Okay, so this is a default, so it's going to grab this out.
Okay.
Yeah, so this will be 4. This will be 70,231.
Okay, so
And
that is...
this is your object. That's this.
So what type is int in this case? Is that a 32-bit int?
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean,
Right.
technically it would be platform dependent.
Well, that would be very bad because then we'd be getting different hashes based on what type of computer something is running on, and that would spell doom.
Yeah, I'm assuming that this would not work on ancient computers.
So what protocol version, what was that value?
Protocol version.
It was just on the line up from where you were. Line 206.
Okay. Oh, here you go.
70231. I'm guessing that will actually change over time. That might be based on block height or something like that. I don't know if that's big enough to be a block height, but and that was also 32-bit. So if we go back to the serialized hash with the SS. Okay, so C hash writer SS. Can you go to the definition of C hash writer?
So it's just copying the type and the version in.
And this is not any more specific as to what type of int. Maybe somewhere else in the code it defines int as int32. I can't imagine that they would let it be tofty bofty.
On modern platforms, int is going to be an int32.
Well, until there's a more modern platform. Okay. So then go to the get hash definition. It looks like it's right below. I don't know how many get hash definitions there are. Hopefully just one. All right. So then, yeah, but this is frustrating because this doesn't actually give us any information.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any data here. I guess CTX is the data. So C SHA-256. But is that cast from the object or something? I don't know where that comes from. Because when I'm looking at this function, I see no data. I see pointers for the beginning of some sort of vector. And I see a size.
Um, Is there something else that writes data into here?
I think that somehow the G object is converted into that type, and it must have some abstract methods or duck typing or something. Because this is not showing us how the data is serialized for the signature hash.
Buff bytes. Okay, yeah. So, or no, that's not setting. Map copy. Where's this coming from? Okay, this is buff, and this is buff size. All right, let's go back because I forgot what we were doing.
The goal was to find out what is the exact byte sequence of the data for a serialization hash, and the suspicion is that that magic number 4 and the magic number, well, I guess they're not magic, they're, one of them was called type and the other one was called protocol version. The suspicion is that the type and the protocol version somehow affect the way the hash is done, or they could just be leftover unused parameters that just are there in the code for the sake of they were added at some point, never removed. But the suspicion is that type 4 and protocol version 7231 means something when the hash is serialized.
Okay.
Because a C hash writer takes those values as well, which would make us think that they're somehow relevant. But we don't see from C hash writer how they are, well, how any of the data is used. We don't have any indication of where the data even comes from.
Okay, so n-type and n-version are inside of SS. When we get hash, we're making a result, and then we're operating on CTX, which is inside of the object.
So is there an initializer that initializes CTX? Maybe with the type and the version and the serialization of object. And go back just a second. What type was object? Was that an opaque type? I can't. Okay, const and T. Yes, so it's an opaque type. Or a template type, rather.
Yeah, it's a generic.
So object must have some sort of method that is called when this double caret is used. So either double caret is overloaded or there's a method. And that might be a C++ convention that we can ask GPT about.
Yeah, so somehow it's copying the data into SS. But your question was, how are these two used?
Well, my question is, what is being hashed? Because it calls get hash, but it doesn't call get hash on any data. But it has some operator that's taking the object, but the object is of an opaque type, a template type, but we don't ever see how that is. We don't know how object was serialized. And this is just a hash function.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on result.begin, but we didn't put anything in result yet. So this is just putting some empty data into the object, and then we reset it. And then we write 32 bytes that are inside of result. So does this affect what's inside of result?
See, I think that the C SHA-256
Yeah,
is something generic. I don't think that it knows anything about those other objects unless it knows something about the type. It did look at like it knows something about the type and protocol version. Is that correct or no? Also, according to GPT, what we should be looking for is possibly operator caret
Yeah,
caret.
okay, I see it. So when we're putting object inside of SS, I think that
It's going to call some sort of serialization method on the object. So every object that can compile this code must have some sort of method. There we go. Okay. Operator. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
So we should see that governance objects either inherits a serialized function or defines a serialized function. My guess is it must define the serialized function. It must define it with my belief is it's going to be converting a parent hash either to bytes or a string, and then revision time hex encoded JSON data, dummy outpoint, and G-object data. Wait, no, this one is for no. No, this one is for the hex encoded JSON data. Maybe.
If you want, I could go back up and look at the definition of the object you're wondering about.
I don't remember which one it is. I think it was VCH sig. No, it's the question is how do we get hold on. Question is how do we get hash of VCH data, which is called signature hash, and how do we get the hash of governance object? So I think right now we're trying to trace down how we get the hash of signature object and how the 32-bit integer 4 and the 32-bit integer 70231 come into play. Why are they relevant, or are they relevant, which they might not be?
Do you still hear me?
I heard you say, do you still hear me? But I didn't hear anything
Okay,
before
good.
that.
Okay. Can you say that again? What we're looking for.
So we want to know how to create the signature hash.
Right.
And that is on VCH data, which I believe is the hex encoded JSON data. Or no, I think VCH data is the bytes of the JSON data, but I think the signature hash called hexster on the JSON data, but then it went on to create one of those C hash objects, and the C hash object just called finalize. So somewhere else, there's some method defined that tells us for sure. I guess since it's a string, it probably wouldn't need an overloader. Since it's a string, it probably would just take the string as is. So that leaves us the question, are in type and protocol version actually used as part of the hashing algorithm or not? I think that's the question that we're at.
So
Not get hash, but get signature hash.
okay. I lost that one. Let's go.
Or maybe it's just called signature hash. It may not be called get. It might just be called signature hash.
Yeah, so here's our C# 256. Right, so inside of our serialized hash is what we're looking at. So you want to know if these two are included.
So C hash writer. My guess is that C hash writer may be initialized with in type and inversion as the first 8 bytes. And that the object, which in this case, we'd have
So
to go
here's the
back because I
definition.
can't remember it. Right, we've
So it's
been
just copying the
here.
data in to the first 8 bytes. Or not the first, because this actually comes first. Okay, so we construct it, and then we put object into it.
Which
But yeah,
in
it's
this
not.
case, I think object, you could go back to serialized hash, but I think object is this either the string or the bytes of the JSON data.
We got this from not this one. Should be okay, we saw that one. Okay, so I think weren't we talking about this one as our I don't know.
I need to take better notes. There's so many paths here.
Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back to the start.
There's
Watch
two
this.
things. Okay. There is a transaction ID. The transaction ID needs a hash. This is back to the 5- comment. The transaction ID needs a hash. And we need to know what that hash is.
Oh, and look, the data's in this constructor, and then we.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wait. Go back.
Sorry. Go back.
Wait, it's in that constructor, but it's not used?
Well, it writes the data into here.
Wait, it writes the data into where? I didn't see any data
into
writing.
SS.
Where? Where do you see that? Where do you see the data is written
Right
into
here.
SS?
So this is saying set n type in the parameter, put that into the property n type right here. And then this puts this parameter into here.
So I understand that at the assembly level, that is writing into memory, but at the abstraction of an object, those are just properties. That doesn't tell us where the hash is being constructed.
Let me look at the references on this.
I think in this file, somewhere, and that's C hash writer, but the other thing was a C SHA-256. But the C SHA-256, where is that initialized? Because it just says CTX, but then it doesn't ever show where any data comes from. Because it's calling finalize, but it calls finalize on the output parameter rather than assigning to an output parameter. So void finalize rather than char finalize. But that thing that it's calling finalize on is the byte array for the result, not the data that it's operating on. So the question is, what data is it operating on? Yeah, so finalize is called on the output.
Right.
And I believe that write is also called on the output I'm not 100% sure on that. Because on the other one, it was called result.begin.
Well, write is writing to the internal data buff, which
Maybe
is
write
this object.
is what the double caret is operating on.
So let's go back.
Wait. See, it says write result. Did you see that?
You're talking about
too much scrolling.
I'm a little fast.
Yeah, and there's a delay. I don't know where we are anymore.
Okay,
I think
so
the get hash
this is
function
how we got
on line
here.
41.
So here's the 5-. We went into governance object get hash.
Yes.
That calls mObject.getHash.
Yes.
That comes in here. We make a C hash writer called SS, and we put these two in there.
Right. So I believe,
but inside of the object, yeah.
I believe that those carets are maybe equivalent to write, and maybe the write has different signatures for each type of data, because one of those is a string, one of those is an int. Right. But the question is SIR, get hash, and protocol version, are they ever used? Are they part of the data or not?
So we make a result.
Okay, pause.
We say this is our...
Don't go out of this. Walk through what you're walking through, but don't leave this function.
Okay. So we make a result that's 256 bits, and then we pass result into finalize. So we're writing into here based off finalize. So if I jump to finalize, it's going to show me what we already looked at, which is...
That's actually setting up the hash.
Right.
I understand what that function's doing now, by the way.
Yeah, based off of bytes, based off of pad and S. So S is also in the object. So we got S, buff, and bytes. So S, bytes, and then I'm sorry, where's buff?
That's all SHA implementation stuff. It's part of the table that it's constructing, I believe.
Gotcha.
I don't believe that is what we're looking for. Okay. So go back to the one that starts with finalize. Okay. I understand what this is doing now.
Okay.
We're still missing something really important, which is where write is actually called for real. So line 138, that finalize. So, okay, line 137, a brand new result is allocated. Line 138, the pointer to the result is passed to finalize. Finalize fills up what was, well, I guess we don't know whether it was 0 allocated or whether it had garbage in it, but either way, line 138 fills up the result buffer because .begin gives the pointer to the result. On line 139, we've got 4 or 5 things going on. The first one is ctx.reset. So it's resetting the state machine of the hashing function. So now the hashing function is zeroed out.
Okay. It's resetting the hash function.
This should just be on the next line because this is a completely different thing that's happening. Now it's calling write again, but now it's using the output of the previous finalize, which was written to that pointer. It's using the same pointer to now update the hash tables with that data. Then the next thing, again, completely different thing that it's doing, is it's finalizing. Since the data has already been copied into the internal table of CTX, which is the hash state machine, now it's rewriting out to the result the new hash from the internal state machine. So this is, as it says, compute the double hash of all data written to this object, except that it omits the step where the first set of data is written in the first place. So there is something else here that is writing data ostensibly when it's constructed, and also whenever the double caret operator is used. So in this file, we might find an overload for the double caret operator, or there may be something that works implicitly for byte arrays or byte vectors.
This was our serialize that we saw before.
So that serialize, I'm wondering if that : means that it calls serialize on the object. But before this even happens, search in this file for n type.
That's on C hash writer is what it's doing. So it's like this, I think. Or maybe it's not.
Yeah, because it's specific to whatever the data is. I think that it's effectively calling serialize on the object.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But maybe the this that it's passing is the result. I think that's a result parameter. So it's saying whatever this is indexed to, right to that, maybe. Okay, so in that case, yeah, I think that maybe the N type and the protocol version, they might be red herrings. Can you find anywhere else in this file where they're used?
Sure. Let me open this up. Okay. N type. Go to references.
In this file.
Yeah, we'll narrow it once I see it. Okay, so in this file, right, I see it in get type. Let's look for get type.
Okay, I have a suspicion that they're red herrings. I have a suspicion that it's completely unused data.
Here's C hash verifier. So the verifier is looking at it.
Well, the verifier takes it as a parameter. We don't have any evidence that the verifier uses it.
Right.
So those may just be junk parameters. They may be there from some legacy reason and they're not actually used at all. In which case, we just need to find the serial. So, okay, two things to verify. So one, N type and protocol version aren't actually used for hashing or verifying of hashes. That's one thing. Template object has a serialize function, likely taking the result pointer as the first argument.
Okay.
That's my suspicion here. If that's the case, then this is just a super fancy wrapper over the standard SHA-256 function. It's just wrapping it so that they can do cool artistic things.
Well, it was fun.
I am under a lot of stress in my life right now.
All right.
This is not fun to me.
Okay, so let's go back up. I'm just going to let it go through. Okay. So we went down this rabbit hole. Did you want to look at this?
Well, wait. What did we
So
signature hash. Signature hash.
I'd be
Signature hash
interested
is
to
the important
hear
thing.
Niles, like your overview of what we're trying to do here.
Mm-hmm.
What's your high level understanding of what we're trying to do here and what we're trying to find? What's blocking us?
We are trying to find what data exactly is. Well, we were trying to find exactly what data was being hashed for the governance object. And
why isn't that why can we not assume, based on just like comments that we've seen and function names, why can't we assume that it's just that data hex, encoded data hex, double SHA hashed? I'm also not saying that it is, but I just saw the comment that says
right,
double SHA or whatever it said. So I'm kind of wondering personally why we're looking at code and not just kind of trying to do a couple things on reg test. If we
Sure.
have a reasonable suspicion that we're hashing this with a double SHA hash, and it's just the data hex
Sure.
that we're hashing. That's what I'm wondering.
Lines 179 through 182 are telling us that's not the case.
179 through 182. Okay. So it just break that down for us.
This command is dangerous because it consumes, actually one dash, irreversibly. If the parameters are lost, it's hard to brute force them, meaning to get the correct hash. And yet users ignore all instructions on Dash Central, etc. Because, like Ryan, they just think that it's a simple double SHA 256. No, they're not even thinking that much ahead, right? And do not save them.
Well, my
let's log them here so users do, and hope users do not mess with debug.log. So we know that these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values are relevant to the 6th value.
Yeah, and the reason why people don't have the information that they need to reconstruct the hash is because they don't know exactly what second they submitted the transaction. But we would know that if we were trying it ourselves.
No, because that's yes, we would store that. But the point is, there's multiple signatures and multiple hashes. And there are functions that are taking in data that reasonably looks like it could be part of a hash. Like the type. For example, sig hash type is a type indicator, and it is part of a transaction hash. So if you get your sig hash type wrong, you cannot verify the hash. Now, that's pretty easy to brute force. The thing that's hard to brute force here is the timestamp. And the parent hash would also be hard to brute force, except we're saying it's always 0. So, okay, so the only thing that's hard to brute force here is the timestamp, because the other stuff, we could iterate through some number of types. We could iterate through some number of... I don't think protocol version was actually here. Okay, but the point is, there's more than one type of signature, and there's more than one type of hash. We need to figure out which signature and hash goes into the collateral transaction. Collateral transaction gives us another hash. That hash may go into the governance object hash. However, at this point, before we go further into the governance object hash, because I believe that we verified that the extra parameters that it takes for the type and the protocol version don't actually mean anything. They're just leftover something that didn't get deleted from what we can tell in the code.
It looks like.
So if we know what the submit looks like, then that will give us more information about what the governance object is likely to use as its hash. The main question we have about the governance object, the main question I have about the governance object is the transaction hash part of the governance object hash or not? The governance object data is the JSON, but it has more than one representation. It can be represented as bytes, which is exactly equivalent to its string representation, or it can be represented as hexadecimal encoded bytes. And it looks like we have confirmed that the hash is on the hexadecimal.
Right. Because we have hex right here, right?
So Michael Cluster says all this code is almost untouched since Evan first wrote it. Long live Evan. And then says SS is short for string stream, and the overload, that operator is just sending data to it, and it knows how to do it.
Well, the question is, how does it know? Because it has to know because a function is defined or a feature of the language is there. And since we have seen in the code that that operator is overloaded, and we also know that an arbitrary object must be serialized, and we've seen the code that says it has to be serialized. Like, it's not like it's not magic. It happens somewhere. It looks like magic, but we have to understand what the steps are in order to reproduce it in the exact same way. Because if we get it off by a single byte, then we spend a whole day or a whole week trying to figure out why things don't validate. Now, thankfully, the one thing that stinks is that it would be really, really difficult to compile this code. I mean, obviously, people do it every time they make a release, but that knowledge is not readily accessible to us.
The log print F command just echoes out the command to the user inputs, i.e. the governance object command. Reason is because they need it again for the submit part for the process, and if they lose it, they won't be.
Well, they need it for the submit process.
Able to complete the process.
They need it for the submit process because it's part of the hash. That's why it says brute force. So it's not they just need it for the submit process. Otherwise, we wouldn't worry about it until the submit process. We have to worry about it in the prepare process because it creates the hash that's used in the submit process.
Okay. So do you think that it would be helpful to just I would like Niles to know how to do the reg test network stuff and testnet, so that he can play around with this if he's going to be the one that's taking this over. So I don't know if that will help us reverse engineer what this code is doing, or if you still need to look at the code for longer.
Who are you asking the question to?
I'm just throwing it out
AJ,
there, saying,
is there anything else that we're confused about? Or did we figure out everything that you wanted to? Because we figured out the hex thing. We figured out that the version and stuff is not, the version and type is not put in. So is there anything else that you wanted to find in here?
There was the question of whether or not how it's serializing the bytes of like the integer, for example. When
like little Indian versus big Indian?
Yes. But I'm assuming, well, I don't know what to assume. Anyway,
we did.
I don't believe it's a string. I don't believe that it's putting in hash parent and et cetera.
We did see big endian right here.
That's finalized. That's part of the SHA-256 hashing function. So what we are looking for is in write. And it's saying unsigned char data, but there's got to be something else because it's also taking in ints. I don't know. Maybe it does an implicit conversion to unsigned char. But anyway, I think that the next step would be to look at submit and figure out what it's doing with it, because I think we mostly know what the pieces of information are, and there might be some question as to whether it's using them as a string or bytes and what order the bytes are in.
Well, I think we can figure that out easily. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think like if there's a big endian versus little endian issue, I think we can easily just try it both ways. It's probably big endian, and it's probably just dropping the bytes in. I mean, if that was hidden, that it wasn't doing that, that would be pretty bad, right?
Well, I think anybody who knows C++ will know exactly what's happening with that double bracket operator or the double caret operator, because it's sending multiple types and it's calling a serialized function. So either a serialized function is defined implicitly for int, or the serialized function is defined, if that was the one that we were looking at before. But anyway, the submit process.
It is defined, but the code for it is the compiler code.
This is exactly what I was saying, AJ. Michael saying, I think it would be a good idea now to do a double SHA-256 of the object, compare that to the hash, that hash to the one saved to the blockchain when you send the proposal to the console. That's exactly what I'd like.
Yeah, I concur. I think that we figured this out adequately.
Okay,
and we can always come back if we need to.
We figured that one out, not the other one. Remember, there's two signatures, there's two hashes, but yes.
Okay. So are you talking about TX maybe?
I'm saying transactions, I understand 100%. Okay. Everything that ever goes onto our blockchain as a transaction, I have, as far as I'm aware, there's not any transactions that my tools cannot encode and decode from everything that I know so far.
Except for transactions. Except for multi-sig.
Oh, that's right. No, you're right.
We haven't done that yet, but
no, we've done it with multiple signatures, but not a multi-sig.
The traditional ones.
Yes. Okay. So right, I stand corrected there. Yes, but we're not I do not believe that this is a multi-sig thing. So the transactions, 100% complete. We can do that. There's no problem. There's no guesswork left there. But the submit is what I would like to know next about this, is what is being submitted. And my assumption is that it is a hash or a signed, it would be a signed hash, maybe a hash and a signature of this, with that one that was longer where it had the hex stir.
And I think that if we put up a reg test and submit some proposals, then and look at the logs, you'll probably be able to tell like kind of what's going on from the logs and the length of the returned things. So I think that we will probably find some information from that.
Yes. It will be exactly, I mean, I don't think the documentation is wrong on this one. I think that the documentation we have is correct. It could be wrong, but I don't have any reason to doubt the documentation on this, that we are going to get back 2 hashes as the result of running those commands.
Okay, let's do it.
Do you want to go try that?
Sure.
All right, AJ, I'm gonna, when you're ready, I'll share your screen.
You can share my screen.
Okay.
All right, so I need to go find the create wallet. Let me go back to quick reference. Okay, so I think this is different than what we did the other day, or maybe I'm not in the right shell. Let me try this.
And you're on app test dash RPC2. That's not a master node, correct?
Yeah. So we can see that we're connected. We can get a list of master nodes. If we run create wallet, it doesn't give us the invalid method. Instead, it tells us the arguments we need. So we'll call this wallet foobar. We will say false to disabling private keys because we're definitely going to need those. We will say false to blank because that actually breaks in the most recent version. For passphrase, we'll give it an empty string. That's not the passphrase, that's the salt. For avoid reuse, we'll go ahead and give false just so that we don't get things complicated when we do something like run the same command twice and refill an address or whatever. Load on startup, true. I believe that basically means that this is the default wallet. So we run that. And then, the keys for, I would think they're on the fridge. They're not in my pockets. No, but I can
So
come
Michael
up on them.
says,
Oh wait, okay, I was wrong. Well, I don't know if they actually mean I don't think this means encrypt. I think this is salt. I don't think that that's encryption. It
no,
says
no,
encrypt the wallet with this
that one.
passphrase.
So AJ, on that one, I think you're confusing. There are two different types of passphrases when dealing with the 12-word phrases.
Or 6, but yes.
The one type is kind of like assault, and that's like part of the BIP. This one actually is encrypting the wallet. The documentation is correct.
Okay. Well, a lot of times people say
it's two
encrypt
different
and they
things
mean hash because
it's two different things that use the same word passphrase, but they're separate.
Well, there's more than two in the documentation that use the term passphrase. But yes, it is an overloaded term, but encrypt is also an overloaded term because even in very well respected and highly renowned code bases, the term encrypt is used to mean hash. For example, Postgres. They in their documentation say encrypt when they in fact mean hash, which is really confusing because you would think that a business, that entity that large, would not throw terms around willy-nilly, but they do. Anyway, so now we have this wallet foobar and it should be loaded as our main wallet. So I should be able to also run what is it, like get new address or something? Or okay, yeah, get new address. All right. So then I'm going to save this as, we're just going to call it adder. It's probably adder 0. In fact, just okay, there we are. So now what we need to do is run generate to address. Oops, generate to address. And we'll just give this address. And I think we can just say 1 and that should be fine. Nope. Oh. Let me go look at the thing. Because sometimes it's JSON and sometimes it's hex and sometimes it's strings. All right. Nope. Let's go back to the quick reference. This is only, obviously, once you know what it is, only available on testnet and regtest because this is how you just get money for yourself. Mine blocks immediately to the specified address. Oh wait, no, this is testnet, not regtest, so I won't be able to do this. But I'll try it anyway. I don't think it'll work.
Sorry, Niles dropped out, and we've been missing him for a little while.
Oh, oops.
Welcome back, Niles.
Did you hear anything?
Yeah, I hear you. I was hearing everything.
All right. So this probably won't work, but I'm not exactly sure how testnet works. I know with regtest.
Yeah, I don't. Testnet's probably not going to let you generate.
Okay. So testnet faucet. I am not a bot. No! Hey, I got it on the first try. Oh, I kid you not. I've had to do that 17 times before. It is redonkulous. All right, if I screw this up.
I'm just wondering why you're doing testnet instead of regtest at this point.
Because you asked me to set up testnet, so that's what I set up.
Okay. Well, either one works. I think we get better. We can do it either way. We might get better logging with regtest.
Well, I do have a regtest instance that I can do it on. I can switch to that. That's what the CoinJoin stuff is on. Whoops. Okay, so let's see. What have I got here? That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. So there's probably I have like a whole bunch of scripts that I've set up for this thing. I dash CLI get address balance. So I need can I list addresses? List unspent. There we go. And these are mostly just the names of the RPC calls, but it's got some ceremony in it to get it from the correct node because there's 4 different nodes that are running. Bar. Wallet does not exist and is not loaded. Yes, it is.
Well,
I think it'll just be simpler to start
let's just
over
do
here.
testnet for now. Let's do testnet for now.
Yeah. Unspent. What was it? List unspent. That doesn't make any sense. Did this not work? Of course it didn't work. Okay, so this blocks your IP address whether it works or not. Oh no, crosswalks. My only nemesis. Yeah, no more dash for you. I'm gonna try. I'm pretty sure it's by IP address, so I don't think I can just open a new browser tab. Could y'all try going there and then see if it'll work for you? It never works for me. I don't know why, but or occasionally it works for me, but I can't make heads or tails of when it works and why not. But I just put it in the Discord chat. If you could go there and put in the address and let me know. There is another faucet, but I think it's got shut down.
I'm going to confirm that that's the right faucet address. There are many.
No, not buses. And traffic lights. Oh man, these ones are easy. And do it in 1 or 2. Okay. Just gonna try. Get coins. No more dash for you.
So the question is going to be though, like even if I can get some dash. Oh, yeah. Put the address in the text in the chat so I can copy it.
It's in the Discord. I can't get to the chat right now.
That works. That works. Okay.
It stinks so bad that it's like there was a problem. Oh, you're done. Well, why am I done if there's a problem?
Yeah, I got the no more dash for you come back in 1 hour. So it must have something to do with the address and not just the IP address.
Okay.
The dash address.
Well, let me give you a different one.
Yeah.
And then I'll make another one for Niles. Because my guess is that it's blocking all of it. It's blocking the IP address, it's blocking the address, everything that can be blocked is being blocked. So now that you've gotten the no more dash for you, I would be surprised if Because the other question is if it's by address, if it didn't give me any money, then why is it telling me, no more dash fee?
It's loading. I think this might work for me this time.
Why in the world is it on an insecure connection? That one is? No, that one's working? What? Oh, we broke it. We took it down.
Eh?
We single-handedly caused an HTTP
No, it
fail.
crashes all the time.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
gateway
and
timeout.
that usually means it works, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if I can list unspent here. Can I get it to sync? I mean, it should sync automatically. I still got nothing.
In any of the, did you check the address that you gave to me?
It's checking the whole wallet.
Mm.
But I can do a get address balance.
It might need confirmations first for that. I don't know. We'll see.
I could do a get UTXOs. Okay, I think the way this, I'll just go look at the documentation.
Niles is gone again. Is that?
Welcome to the new age. Hey. All right. Both of them are reporting the same, so it must have actually gone through now.
Okay, yeah, that usually does when it crashes.
Yeah. -2. What does that even mean? It's going to take 2 rounds before it's eligible for core join? Okay, anyway, so now we've got Monenes. So I'm going to go ahead and dump this private key. All right, there we go. So now, oh, actually, I didn't need to dump the private key because we never get to see it anyway. right. I'm a little confused why it's got the timestamp on there twice. Well, I guess 3 times. Okay, so we're gonna change. Oh, because these are relative to the proposal itself. Right. Payment address. I'll pick my 0th address here. We'll put that in as the payment address. Payment amount 100, type 1, URL. Okay. Let's take that and put it back to hex. So go text. All right. And then we'll view this as bytes and hex. There we go.
What are you looking for now?
I don't remember. Prepare.
Okay.
Okay. 0, 1. The time. Well, what's that? 17211 17211 58 441.
I think you typed it wrong.
17211.
115.
Oh, 58. Okay. All right. And then this doesn't matter, but we'll give it a 1. And then optional. That's if we wanted to specify what the coin that's used is. But in this case, I think there's only one coin it can select, so it should be fine. Message expired. Invalid start end range. Okay, so apparently this maybe isn't what I thought it was.
You want to back the start epoch to, or let's see. I mean, these are just numbers that you're putting in. So if you want to put it into the future, that might work better.
Well, I thought that they were relevant to a voting period or something like that.
So the super blocks happen. I don't know what the cycle is on testnet for super blocks. We can probably find that out. But if I think the start or the end date is within some frame right before or after the super blocks, it might have a problem with it. I don't know. Let's see what that error said. Invalid proposal data error message expired. That probably just means that it's too early of a start date.
Yes, because I used the one that was there before because I thought it was part of the proposal date range. There is some sort of shortcut key to delete to
Hold
the next.
control. If you hold control, it will delete like a whole group at once. Hold control and then hit backspace.
Yeah. I'll
So-
do that next time. Is that control on a Mac or control on Windows?
I don't know what it is.
I think
on
it's
Mac,
I
but
think it's control. Let me just.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So you're only selecting one character right now, but if you went back, yeah, and you did control backspace or shift or
So AJ,
F9.
Regardless,
Anyways,
yeah, I mean, we could speed up this step right here by just using the proposal generator, but it doesn't.
I don't know that it really speeds it up that much.
Well, it'll not give you an expired start date. That's for one.
Well, yeah, but like we need to know what the thing is anyway. So I don't know what this means, but I'm guessing this is the time within which you need to complete both the prepare and the submission. But yeah, it's good to know that it's an arbitrary number, that it's not actually related to anything. Okay, so this that it spits out, I believe, well, the documentation tells us, I believe this was the governance object. Let's
No, I think it's actually the transaction.
Transaction ID. Okay, so this is the transaction ID. So this was actually broadcast. So now if I go to list unspent, I might see more, or at least different. Weird. That's odd. Maybe after a minute or so.
So since we're on testnet, we can use an explorer to look up that transaction ID. And then let's look at the op return on it.
Well, some people can.
Just refresh it. It's buggy. Refresh that.
I did.
The window. Do it again. Let's see. What about?
Here, I'll paste it.
No. That's an. I don't know where you got that address from, but that's not a working testnet insight. I'll give you a good one.
I got it from my browser history.
Yeah.
That's the one that I've been using.
So the secret to always getting the good links is, well, the best link, I guess, is going to the testnet channel of Discord. It's usually a good one to go with.
Oh, whoa, that's a really weird one.
Yeah, I don't know. They've got a port number and everything on it, but it works.
All right. Unparsed address.
Yeah.
Oh, because it's an op return.
Click the plus next under details. Yep.
There's
there you
the
go.
op return.
There you go.
Yeah. So. Okay. So there we go. So that is the governance object hash. And then let's see. We shouldn't need to worry about the governance objects stuff because we've got it right here.
So now we want to do a double shot manually of the data and see if it's the same as, let's see, will that be, it won't be the same as the return value now, because that's the return value is the
Niles, could you bring
transaction.
that back up and paste it in the chat? The hash function.
Yeah, 1 second.
That was the one that has the hexster on it.
Okay.
And then
You
we'll
want that
have
in the
to
Discord or on StreamYard?
the Discord, so we can actually see it and read it, and it's formatted correctly and not truncated.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to do the dumb thing first, which I don't think is going to work, and then I'm going to do the thing which I think will work. And the reason I'm going to do the dumb thing first is that it's going to take me like an hour less time. Okay, so
Likes the exports. There we go.
that's how we get her done. Um,
So
let's see.
no, never mind.
This doesn't seem that dumb. Why is this the dumb thing?
Because I'm just going to do it all as strings, which I'm pretty sure is not going to work, because I don't think that this operator overloader serialized function is going to convert to string.
Oh, okay.
But doing like the data views and the Indianness, I mean, maybe it'll take an extra 25 minutes. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll only take an extra 5 minutes. Who knows? All right. Flippy dippy. Okay, so this one was, yeah. There's no way that's what that is coding up. I'm gonna have to do it the real way.
So time is a U64. So how would that be ingested on the JavaScript side?
It's a uint 53, baby, or 52. Uint 52. Uint 53. Anyway,
Yeah,
revision.
I agree with what Michael's saying, which might be what you're doing right now. But why would you not just start with assuming just doing the strings, concatenate the strings?
Because we know that they're not strings. We know for a fact that they're not strings, unless this operator is overloaded to make it a string through some magic on an default type, which is not the case. And then when you get down to here, it's like, no, that's just stupid.
Or actually, he said the bits, but
yeah, hash parent is a uint 256.
Okay, so hash parent
revision is an int.
Uint 8, and then the hex JSON is a string.
No,
Well,
revision
technically
should be a
uint 8 already.
32-bit integer.
Revision should be 32-bit?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said it was just, I was thinking byte. Okay, anyway. And then the next one we're going to have is dummy coin. Actually, this is going to be dummy TX ID.
So my other problem would be UTF-16 issues versus like byte
Hold
stuff.
on. my brain's somewhere right now.
Sorry.
Was it 30? Wait, was it 16? 32 bytes. Let me finish this and then. Oh no. Okay, so here we're back to the point where we can't do this because we can't get this signature. This is what I was saying before. Wait, hold on. No. This is not the hash function this is the GObject hash function. We need the GObject data hash function, which is just the SHA-256 of the, I don't remember whether it's the hex or if it's the JSON bytes. I think it's the JSON bytes.
Michael says, AJ leaps to complexity. This is Evan's code. Think like the Duff Man.
Are you...
Evan Duffield, the creator.
Did you look at the C++ code? It's like freaking abstracted constructors like 6,000 layers deep. There's no simplicity here.
Yeah, that wasn't Evan's fault, though.
Yes, it is, because you don't have to do it that way. People do it that way because it's their artistic style, because they need to express themselves.
I'm saying
C++ does not require you to code like a freaking Picasso.
AJ, calm down. I'm saying Evan forked the Bitcoin code base. Evan didn't decide to write this in C++. Come on.
But C++ does not require you to code like a Picasso. People code like a Picasso because it makes them feel good.
Well, I don't think Evan did that, though. I think that's his point, is that Evan probably didn't do that.
So you want a different hash function?
Hold on. Let me rethink this. That's a different hash function. What I'm seeing is the TX hash ID. No, what we're looking for is the GObject hash ID. No, we're looking for the it's simply the SHA-256 of the JSON. Okay, so look, here's all we need to do. This is it. SHA-256. So all we need to do is echo either this or the JSON. I think it's the JSON.
Yeah, now now we're thinking simple.
This, again, we have like several different signatures and hashes we're working with. This is the one that's in the op return. This is probably not going to work.
But it's a good first try.
Yes, hold on.
But I don't know if is it the hex that we should be hashing or the actual data?
I think it's actually going to end up being the JSON bytes, but let me just, I've got this right here. Okay, so so if I cut that, all right, no, that's not right. Hold on, I can't do this that way. I gotta program it. We can probably do it in the console though. Hold on. Can we do it in the console? We can do it in the console. We'll just do it in the console. Okay. We need to do maybe require. I might have to look. You know what? I'm going to GPT it. GPT will get this right on the first try. Okay. Write a node function to double SHA-256 a string. Then I don't have to remember what the name of the particular function is between node and the other thing. Okay. All right, and then let's just put the string in here, which, yes, I believe that should be the JSON. Okay, that looks right. Yes, that looks right. Get rid of these meaningless comments. Oh, wow. Node 23 was released, I guess. Just one yesterday,
cool.
we're at node 20.15. Now we're at node 22.4. No, that can't be right. I must be misremembering. All right. That doesn't look right, but it could be the bytes are reversed. It could be the bytes are reversed either way. So we might need to reverse the bytes of the JSON. We might need to reverse the bytes. Naz, do you want to look and see if you can tell with the, it's either the write or the serialize function, if it's reversing the byte? No, it wouldn't reverse the bytes. It can't reverse the bytes. The hash could be reversed, but the bytes of the JSON are not going to be reversed. So if this is correct, which it may not be, let me go back to what this was and decode it again, because this is what I actually used. Okay, that did not work out. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, that should be.
Those are different.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right, so let me load this in. Okay, so I don't remember what the other one was, but we'll find out in just a moment. Okay, so those are not similar. So maybe the N type and the protocol version are being used. If they are being used, I think that they would be being used at the end. So I think we would take the input. Wait, are we doing this as a? Okay, we need to update input as.
Are you sure that's the issue though?
No, I have no idea what the issue is. But it's not a matter of it being reversed. This is what we saw in the code as what's being hashed. So I think it's going to be the end type. And because no, finalize, it couldn't be at the end.
I'm sorry, so can you show me again what is the hash that you were expecting to get from that double hashed print?
The one out of the op return. So if we go here, I can't remember if it was the data object or the G object, but
I don't think that we're expecting that to be the same, actually.
The op return, how are we not expecting the op return? It could be truncated. Maybe it's truncated. But we are expecting the op return to be, maybe it's the sign, maybe it's the signature, not the hash. I don't remember.
Oh.
We've gone back and forth through the code so many times at this point. It may be the signature of the data object. Does that, Niles, could you look and see if that's the key dot sign? Because it may be taking the hash of the JSON, doing the key dot sign, using the BLS. We might be able to use BLS sign from the -CLI. I don't remember. But this is unparsed address. And of course,
it just says unparsed address because it's an op return output.
Oh, this doesn't work. I have to click over here.
Plus, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this looks like, okay, this op return is more bytes than I expected, but this might be the signature. I thought the op return was truncated. I guess it's truncated at 140 bytes. And it's doing raw bytes. So it's actually only half as long as this But, oh yeah, duh, because it's okay. It's max. It's 64 characters. It's 32 bytes. That's a 256-bit signature. Okay, I'm gonna try to map this out. Doesn't seem like it should need to be signed. Okay, so this is basically the tree of things that's happening, the dependency tree. I'll just go through this. Y'all correct me. We run a prepare and we give it some stuff. We can ignore the stuff for now because I don't think we need the stuff. We need to create a collateral TX. In order to create a collateral TX, we need a hash to put in the op return. In order to get the hash for the op return, we double SHA-256 something or sign something. That something is the JSON data as ASCII bytes. Now I could try it with the hex as well. I'll do that real quick because that, is a quick and easy, simple thing to check for. So I'll take the hex. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But we know at least in one place it does use.
You just did the wrong comment. Yeah, there you go.
I don't think that matched what we were looking for either. What we're looking for is, okay, E, D, C, C. So it's going to be bunches of characters in the same order, 2 at a time. No. This is not at all that.
Can you show me the JavaScript code real quick? I missed the part where you put the hex conversion in.
Oh, I just copied it. Because
Okay.
this is the object that I
Okay.
had signed.
Did you want to convert the input string to hex and then, I guess.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I can do that too. I can do that.
I guess it doesn't matter, right?
I mean, no, it's an excellent sanity check. It's an excellent sanity check. Okay, so confirmed. The hex is right, but I don't think that we need. Yeah, it could have to do with the type, and
that's weird to me, though.
What?
Okay, so just to be clear, so double SHA-256, it's ingesting a UTF-16 encoded string where each character is a hex character, right? We know that that's how it works.
No. So
Or
the double SHA-256 is just taking in. This isn't any type, so just to be clear, because this is legacy node code. This is not the modern way to do it, but the modern way to do it kind of sucks because
yeah, if you used a uint8 array and then put two hex nibbles into each byte, that would be different than a UTF-16 encoded string, where each 16 bits is a hex, right?
So you're thinking of it as a UTX-16 encoded string because that's part of the specification for the internal representation of JavaScript.
Right.
But it is actually, strings are actually bytes. It's under the hood stuff. So
yeah, I just want to make sure that the SHA-256 is operating on the right data form, and you're saying that it is. So.
Yes. So this will take a string. If it's a string, then it will convert it to. I don't know what it converts it to anymore under the hood. The internal representation has changed over the years. I think it's a typed array now, but in any case, it will take a string or a uint8 array or a node buffer.
Okay.
And it will do the right thing. So if we give it the string, like there's no difference between me doing this and we can do this because it is more empirically correct, right? So we could do input buff, right? And then we can get rid of this and we could just do input buff. And then we can pass in input buff. So now there's no confusion about string. You can just say it has to be a byte array of some sort.
Okay.
When it digests it, it's going to give back a buff. And so then it's going to take this, and that update is going to work on a buffer. And then when it digests it, it's going to digest it as hex.
Okay.
So
if you believe that, I believe you.
Yeah. I mean, I make mistakes like the rest of us, but I've got like one less year of Node experience than Node has existed, and I work in it every single year.
Okay.
And I do weird things in it every single year.
Okay, so you're saying that you've just done the double SHA on both the string JSON string and the hex encoded JSON string, and neither of them are giving you what you are expecting. Is that right?
Right. I mean, I think that we should look back through the code and trace it one more time and make sure that this thing that I came up with, let me get back to wherever, I don't even know which window that was in, but let's get rid of these other windows so we're not clogging up our brain space and my brain space. We need to verify that this is correct because there were many, many layers of abstraction, but my suspicion, which I shouldn't have this suspicion because we've verified it, but we could suspect anyway. We could suspicion.
With a C. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a question. So
Yes.
you think it might be the type? I think like so the JSON in the code, is that coming from VCH data? So my question is, did you already put the revision in, or because I think you did it with the command, but
no, I didn't put the revision in. That's because we looked at the code earlier and we could not find the revision ever being used.
Well, we couldn't find the
surget
hash or the protocol version, but the string stream takes in hash parent, revision, time, and then a hex string
Hold on,
from
you
VCH
share
data.
your screen. Let me
If
go
you look
back.
in the Discord, I put the get hash function in there so you can see that one.
Okay. Let me go back over here. But get hash function is for the governance object. It is not for the transaction. Okay, I'm gonna go back in to
Okay.
where I was. Okay. Okay, so here we are. This is the same code that we were working on yesterday. The RPC function, governance. Let's take it from the top. Let's verify. Okay, gobject submit is what I want to know more about, but gobject prepare is where we're at right now. So gobject prepare help, gobject prepare. So it takes in a request. The request object is a wrapper around the command line arguments. So that's the dot params. They are the command line arguments. I don't know why they're called params. Shared pointer wallet. Get wallet for request, some sort of state, whatever. Print the help if needed, I guess. Ensure wallet is unlocked, blah, blah, blah. Hash parent. So declaring hash parent as nothing. Whatever the zero value is, which ostensibly is zeros. So if this is 0, then, okay, that's weird. Call the constructor of uint256 on hash parent. Now, maybe this is important. Well, I guess we'll find out. So all we know right now is hash parent is going to be whatever the constructor for uint256 is. A sane person would assume that that's all zeros. That may not be all zeros, because I would assume that if they wanted it to not be a plain type, they would have prefixed it like dash uint256 or something. So I'm assuming uint256 is a plain type that's just a vector or byte array of zeros. Okay, revision, it's parsing revision, time, it's parsing time. So revision becomes an int. This becomes an int64. Okay, string data hex. So it reads it in as hex. All right, create a new collateral transaction. That's our goal. So we are instantiating a governance object, and we're instantiating it basically with just the stuff. The hash parent, which we suspect to be all zeros, the revision, which we suspect to be 1, the time, which we suspect to be pseudo-random, whatever the time is, stateful. The uint256, which I don't remember what this was for, but I'm guessing that that's the transaction hash ID. I think that's what that was for, so it's just all zeros. And the stir data hex. Now, maybe the stir data hex is VCH data. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe it is not parsed as JSON.
That uint256, just so you know, in the constructor, that parameter is received as n collateral hash in, is what it's called. N collateral hash in.
So what this is TXID. That's what this is.
Okay.
It's the collateral TXID. And it's all zeros because it needs to be allocated as part of the object because it's being used somewhere, but we don't have it yet. And then stir data hex. Is something being done to that in the constructor? Is it being converted back to JSON, or is it in fact remaining?
I was looking at the .h file. 1 second. Okay. It's going to take me 1 second here.
So that's hex encoded JSON. Okay. This doesn't actually matter. We don't need to worry about that.
So yeah, it's going inside of the M object. The stir data hex in is going inside of the M object.
I don't know what the M object is. I don't remember, but
it was a governance : object. Wait a second. Yeah.
The question is just, is it getting turned into bytes? Because it seemed like they would turn it into bytes here if it was getting turned into bytes. Or is it being left as hex encoded?
So AJ, is this a part where it would be helpful to just to look at the logs, the debug log, and see what that log print is actually printing?
I I don't think that any of this data, except for this one right here, is what we need. So I want to get down to the part that shows the data that we need, and then we'll find out if the data that we need is part of what's being logged. But I don't think that any of the data that's being logged is what we need to create the transaction.
Yeah, let's keep going.
This, we can ignore proposal, we can ignore trigger, unless I'm wrong, but I think I'm correct there. This, I'm now thinking that GTX index stands for the global transaction indexer.
Index.
Well, indexer. I think that this is but I don't think that's relevant. Locking the wall.
The docs say the global transaction index used in get transaction may be null.
Look at it says block until synced to current chain. So that has to do with, I think, like making sure that the chain is synced, and it needs to know if all the indexes are synced or something like that. Doesn't that make sense?
I can read you the
in any case, I don't think we need to worry about that right now.
Okay.
What we need to worry about is right around here. How do we get the collateral hash? So this is the important thing where we're currently failing. So get an out point, meaning a coin, meaning a transaction ID and a transaction V out, and set it to null. So it's all zeros. It's going to be 0, 32 bytes. 32 bytes. Yeah, I think.
So it's a hash and then an N. It's a combination of a hash and an index N into its V out.
Yes. Yes. So what that is it's TXID, which I believe is 32 bytes, and then it is V out, which...
And by the way, the null index is all ones, just so you know. So the hash, that's 32 bytes. When we set that to null, yeah, that's all zeros. So we got 32 zeros, and then our index N is a 32-bit integer. That's going to be all ones.
Oh, you mean...
Just so you know.
You and your binary. We gotta translate, because remember, I don't work at the assembly level.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
all
for
Fs.
me that's all Fs. Hex is as low as I go, my man.
Sorry.
It's okay. I get it now. I mean, that it makes sense. I'm thinking in hex because that's how I always look at these things. Well, this one I actually just look at as, but that's the dummy, right? That's the dummy. Is this C out point a dummy? Because that was the one that had the comment as a dummy. But regardless, it actually doesn't matter, because it's going to get set or it's not going to get set, and then we'll know if it matters. But it's going to have to get set in order to be in the collateral. Okay, so params 5 is null. I don't remember what param 5 was, but I don't think it's important. So yeah, I don't know if this is actually going to matter. Okay, let's go look at param 5, because it might. No. Param 5 is not null. Wait, is not null. Not is null. Okay, yes. So param 5 is the TXID, and param 6 is the V out for that TXID. So on the blockchain, there's a transaction. The transaction is an array of inputs and outputs. So first it's an array of inputs, and then it's an array of outputs. The array of outputs is identified by the transaction ID. So once you've completed the transaction, you hash it, and there's actually 3 different ways to do that, and it is actually used. All 3 of them are used, but the finalized the hash that is the most important is the one that gets published on the blockchain, and that one gets reversed. So it actually will be, sometimes it's big Indian and sometimes it's little Indian, and it's weird, but you can tell, because you can look and you can see, which direction it's going just visually once it's in hexadecimal. So that's what output hash means, is it's once the transaction is submitted to the blockchain, it's hashed as the format that it's submitted to the blockchain. That is considered its TXID, its transaction ID, or what they're calling in here, using old terminology, output hash. And then the V out, meaning the index of the vector that's the output vector, is, I think that's what V out stands for. Or output index is also what it's called, even still in modern code. That is which element of the output vector it is. So this is saying I'm going to try to figure out which address you want me to use if you want me to use a particular address. That's what this is saying. But we don't care about that, because what we're going to do is we're going to let the wallet figure out for itself what it should be. Now, the problem with that... Wait, where'd the collateral hash come from? Oh, okay, collateral hash. Okay, so it's going to need to make a collateral hash. This function probably should have been on governance object. I don't know why it ended up on wallet, because the governance object is the principal here. The TX is the return value. And yeah, the TX is the return value. See, it's empty TX.
Okay.
And so the TX is the return value.
Yeah, I think you're right, looking at the function.
So get min collateral fee is going to be based on some sort of constant. I don't even know why that's... Again, I think this just got attached to the wrong object, and so then they just pass in stuff. Anyway, and then there's the out point. Now, the out point is also, in essence, a return value, because the out point is blank, because it was declared here and we didn't specify. So inside of this, it's going to look at the wallet internals, and it's going to fetch a specific out point. And so we would have to go look at this to see how it's making the collateral. And so this is gov object.get hash. This, I don't remember which hash this is. I'm going to go edit my other file real quick.
It's the one I posted in the Discord.
Okay, it is that one. Okay, so it is not... It's not... Okay, it's not the hash of the data. It's the hash of the object. Does this one have the signature? This one has the signature. So yes, we're back to the complicated way of doing things, not the... So I don't remember where the other hash was used then, because it said... Oh, no. Signature. Okay, this signature... Okay. Okay, this signature may... So if we go down the rabbit hole... All right, so this hash, in order to get this hash, it needs to have VCH sig, which is going to be equal to signature hash the JSON data. So I think that this may... I'm not sure if this is a single hash or a double hash. What's SS? SS is a C hash writer.
Double.
C hash writer is double.
Double.
But okay, now we're back into that full loop again, because now in order to get the VCH sig, that is not the signature of the governance object. That is the signature of the data. Which that doesn't even make sense, because this is taking the hex string of the data. So why would it take the hex string of the data and the signature of the data? Like, why would you need the full data and the signature of the data? That doesn't make sense. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe VCH sig is something else.
Well, I can show you where it's produced.
Do we want to switch to you?
Okay. I could also put it in Discord if you want.
Or you can put it in Discord.
AJ, do you see and do you have the ability to move people on and off the stage, including Niles' screen share?
Do you want me to screen share? I can...
Let me see. I can move this to a different window, and then it's not taking up my coding window.
No, I'm saying look in the StreamYard link. Look in the StreamYard on browser tab, wherever that is for you. And then do you see the boxes, like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes underneath the window?
I know what you're talking about because I've used StreamYard as a host. No, I don't have those boxes.
You don't have those boxes. Okay.
I also could tell you what file it's in and what line number if you want.
All right, I'm going to add, do you want me to add Niles's screen share or?
Tomato potato. I can look it up in this file. We can bring it up on his.
Okay. I put it in the Discord if you want to just look there.
Put it in the Discord. I will look for the Discord. Actually, I'm going to leave my comments there because I think they're helpful.
So it's object.cpp inside of governance.
Hold on a second. There we go. Huh, interesting. Oh, okay. So the what inside of governance right here?
src/governance/object.cpp. Yeah, object.cpp.
Right, that's what you said.
And then line 280.
280.
There you go. That's it.
All right. So this is where we need the BLS signature. So, but then we're back to the get signature hash. But the get signature hash, I'm pretty sure.
That's what we were talking about before. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what takes us down the rabbit hole. Again, let me go update this. Yes. Okay. So get signature hash. So in order to get the hash, we need to have the VH sig, which comes from sign, which comes from BLS key.sign get signature hash. But the get signature hash is operating on the data, I think. So again, like if we go back here, serialize hash, but this is where it gets confusing because then serialize is like some sort of abstract method. Can you find with your tools where
that... Yeah, it takes us down the rabbit hole that we already went down a million times. It's the double shot 256 that we've been talking about.
That's not helpful because we need to know what it's hashing. Because this doesn't tell us what it's hashing. Governance object.
So you want me to go up? Okay.
So the question, because I thought that this one, I thought when it did a get signature hash. Okay, so again, we have get hash, we have get signature hash, and then we have the JSON data hash, and it might be one of those two, but I don't remember.
The get signature hash is being called on a uint 256.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's
this.
Right.
And this is the governance object.
Yeah, the governance.
And the return value is
returning
the uint
256. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Which, is interesting because almost every time it passes in the return value, but in this case it returns that I don't know the.
So the C governance object.
Yeah. But then when we look for serialized hash, were you able to find the definition of serialized hash?
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm going to actually remove myself from the stage. I'm thinking that's not going to rug the whole stream, but if it does, goodbye everyone. And we'll just, we'll pick it up somehow, but I don't think it's going to. So let me try this.
Okay.
You still hear me?
Okay, but then yes. So then we have the problem of this calling get hash. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the get hash doesn't have the data.
This,
but but then there's a template, and then isn't there like a serialize or something? Okay. Because if we see, it's a template type of object, right? But then wait.
And that type is C governance object, yeah.
What type?
The template type for serialized hash.
We don't. Yes, it is. In that case, it is.
Yeah. So it's going to be the C governance object, And then at the end of the day, we're going to get a 256-bit hash back, which is what you always get. And yeah, so
I'm lost again.
okay. Let's go back. What were we looking for? What are we trying to find out? We're going down too many rabbit holes.
We need to, I was suspecting it was this, but it seems like we're somewhere here. Like this seems recursive. I'm confused because it's like there's a signature hash, but the signature hash, it's not clear what the signature hash is on, but we think that it's on a serialized hash of gov object, right? So this is kind of what we're thinking. So we're trying to figure out how does it decide to serialize the governance object, and it wouldn't make sense for it to be because the get hash function calls the get hash function uses VCHSig, right? So so get hash, I'm going to say,
yeah, you're right. It's a hash and a hash, right?
Inside of a hash inside of a hash.
Yeah.
I think that
Hashception.
There are 2 or 3 hashes here. Okay, so the governance object, so double SHA of gov obj hash. So gov obj hash is gov obj hash get hash, but that requires the VCH sig. The VCH sig requires a BLS signature of the get signature hash. The get signature hash requires a serialized hash of the gov object. So this is where, what is gov object dot serialize? Because if I remember correctly, it's actually one more step of indirection, because I believe that serialize hash calls serialize. And so then we need to get down to gov object dot serialize or something like that. Because serialize hash is on a template type, but then because it created the CTX, because this one created the CTX, which has got like the CTX constructor, which is like C SHA.
CTX was not created inside of get hash, right? It's already existing in the C hash writer.
But we don't know where it came from. We don't know how we got one.
Wait, hold on. So
this is
where the result, and we're probably writing it for the first time. So I think you're right.
Yeah, so obviously we can't be taking the hash of the governance object to get the hash of the governance object. And I thought that we ended up in a place where the serialized hash ended up being a serialization of the JSON data. I think that that's what this ended up being, was the JSON. But I can't remember. I can't remember. That was, maybe 2 hours ago. I don't know. I think that the fact that this code has not changed since it was written by Evan is a testament to the fact that there is no one who understands what it does. I mean, not entirely, because you could say, oh, well, it works, whatever. But I don't think that that's why it's the way that it is. I think it's an incredibly fragile code base that people are afraid to modify because it's too big. There are thousands of operations that happen in here. Nobody can hold all of them in their head. And it needs to be like, this is one of the initiatives that I had earlier, which is still ongoing, but there, like, multiple times it's started and stopped and the priorities changed or whatever, but there is good progress on getting the BLS code into its own code base so that it can be used to do what okay, anyway, I'll just go back to this. All right.
The other thing I noticed about this code is we're calling govobject.getHash multiple times, and I guess for a lot of them they're for printing. But I don't know. I guess, are we just doing the same work again, or is it
memoized?
Doing anything different?
All right, I'm lost.
Yeah, again. I guess I don't see govobject being updated after it's created, so I guess it's just doing the same work again.
Well, it's a good thing that it saves that pointer instead of having a return value, because that saves a memory allocation. If you're going to do the same work over and over again, you want to save that memory allocation.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it to like push to the stack or something. That would just be inefficient.
No. No, sir. Especially not. Yeah, anyway. Okay. Because every time you instantiate the hash object, you do have to allocate. Well, no, I guess you don't. No, you don't have to allocate because it can do that on the stack. But it could do the other one on the stack. So whatever. All right. So, but for realsies, I'm lost. I'm lost again. Where I'm trying to get to is where serial hash is defined for governance object, which is the. I'm lost.
Well, it's the one I posted in Discord, right?
Maybe.
Unless my tool is wrong, but
I'm scrolling through what you've posted in Discord.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It was formatted a little weird, and when I was scanning for the signature, it didn't look like a signature. Okay. Where what file was that one in though?
That was in
the only place I see it is source hash.h, which doesn't make sense for where this should be.
Yeah. Hash.h.
Object. Okay. So this right here. All right. So now we're back to what is defining this operator for this template type. I mean, why not just pass in the daggone data? Like, why not pass in the data? Don't pass in this and have this is all the wrong types of abstraction. Like when people say they hate clean code, it's because people write this and they're like, look, it's clean code. It's abstracted. You don't even worry about the right method or serialized method. It's abstracted.
It's only 3 lines. Look at how clean that is.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's clean.
But I don't know, because
I mean, yeah, I assume that it's just sticking the data into a string stream, and then the C hash writer is going to hash it.
Okay, so there's 2 things that need to be figured out.
And it's a double SHA 256.
One is, does the C hash writer use these or not? And we're pretty sure that it doesn't.
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. serialize. So I think we're looking for this operator in governance object or somewhere close to it. Which I think is going to be in governance. Okay. So OS stream. This is exception handling. I don't think that's right. Okay, so maybe it's defined in object, or is there object.h? Do we have a function that looks, because I think it was called, maybe it's called read, because I think the other one was implicitly called write. Let me see. I asked GPT about this earlier. Let me see what GPT said. No, GPT said that there would be an operator.
Yeah.
That overload, but I don't see an operator overload here. But maybe it could be in some form of inheritance.
Well, C governance object doesn't inherit from anything
that you can see. Maybe it's inherited in another file.
There is using. I actually don't remember what that does in C++. I need to look that up.
All right, governant object, serialize object for hash, C data stream.
Okay, it
serialize.
Makes the members in that public. So does that mean that that's where it's defined?
AJ,
Yeah.
can you check something real quick for me?
Maybe.
The StreamYard site, if you look at the very top of the page, what do you see up there?
Stream this to your audience. Creating dash proposals from Webapps Part 2.
And then to the right?
Stream this to your audience.
Okay. You don't see the three different locations we're streaming to: YouTube, Twitch, and X.
I don't even know if I'm signed into StreamYard. I just clicked the link that you gave me.
Yeah.
So
well, that's
even
what I was wondering, because I'm just wondering if you see a button that says end stream.
No, I don't. But you know what? I'm signed into StreamYard under a different account right now. So I could sign out. Okay, so I am signed into StreamYard, but I'm not signed in with an email address that you, okay. Even if you gave me permissions, I wouldn't.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. I'm going to ask GPT. What are the common conventions for naming a function to turn an object into bytes for use with the double left bracket operator in C++?
Michael's saying O stream means outstream and I stream means instream. Not sure if that helps.
I think the tree that we should be barking up is just the fact that it's just taking the data from the object. I mean,
I'm not a first year. All right. Sorry. What did you say? You said the tree that we should be barking up is
just the fact that it's reading the data in. I think probably it's just It's just taking whatever data is in the object and just sticking it into the stream. And
so you think that it's the byte packing of the struct? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I think the class, just like the members of it, it's just being put in by the double angle.
So the reason that I don't think that that's the case is that there is state in here that's going to change. But let me see. Okay, so here, I think this is the constructor that we've been seeing most often. Okay, this is the reason right here. See the collateral hash? The collateral hash is actually going to get updated. So if it was just going to, when you called get hash, if it was going to write out the struct itself in the order that it's defined, then it would get a different output based on whether or not the collateral hash had been generated. So when you called get hash before the collateral hash had been generated, you'd get one output, which would be an output that would go in the collateral hash. But if you had the collateral hash and you called get hash, then you would get something different. And although certainly possible, that would give me diarrhea. Because then you would never know, looking at an instance of get hash, what hash you're going to get.
Okay.
But I mean, at this point, I'm going to ask GPT if let's see. Okay. If the double left angle operator is not overloaded, what's the default behavior for sending an object to a stream?
What does it think?
I think it's just coming up with nonsense, but let me see. All right, if it's not overloaded and you try to use it, you'll encounter a compilation error. The default behavior of the double left angle bracket operator does not support user-defined typed unless explicitly defined. Okay, so that actually makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then it gives an example like what we're seeing, and then it says this will cause a compilation error. So it actually does give an example that's similar to what we're looking at and says it'll get a compile error if it's not defined. So maybe, again, maybe the operator is defined somewhere else.
Is it defined by the using? I can paste the snippet I'm looking at. Inside a C governance object where it's declared in object.h line 89, it has public and it has using. Or wait, no, it's setting the namespace though, right? Okay, so it's just setting that to be a type. Never mind. Okay, I was wondering if it was unpacking the methods inside of it so that the overloaded function would be a part of the object, but it's not. So setting it, it's doing a type declaration, I think. My bad.
All right, well, let's just scroll through the operator definitions and see if we find something that looks like it makes sense. Maybe it's not in the right place. Maybe it's under wallet or something. Maybe we need to double check that the governance object is the C object. No, it is that type. We did double check that. Chain code.
I don't mean to distract you here, but what's the chain of functions that we're investigating right now?
I will copy and paste this to you.
Okay.
In the Discord. It's probably not going to format well, but so be it.
It looks okay.
So serialized hash is where things get funky. This is where it gets hand wavy and what we're trying to do disappears. Now, I don't remember. For some reason, when we were looking at this before, I was under the belief, I believed that the JSON as bytes is what was being serialized when the governance object was being redirected to a byte stream. I don't remember why I had that belief. It might be mistaken. Maybe I shouldn't even mention it because maybe it's harmful more than it's helpful. But
I think what would be the most helpful would be drawing a picture that's a graph, and you say, and we have the data that we know going in and what order it's in, because we have multiple layers, and I think we might be misrepresenting in that diagram. You have exactly how the layers stack, because the double shot 256, for example, that one is govobject.getHash. And so there's a little bit of duplication, right?
sure.
Niles or AJ, are either of you confident enough with C++ to be able to like put like a debugger and run the code, step through the code line by line?
No.
If I could get it to compile, it's possible. I don't know if I am going to be able to do that right now.
I need 1 minute.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
it's conceivable. I guess the main thing is I would also need to know how do we get into the code that we're analyzing right now. So I'd have to set up some kind of bench that would call into the right code. But we could do that.
Yeah.
Because I have done it before, but I've done it
on a scale of 1 to 10. Just knowing what you've known, we did these couple streams with AJ just to get groundwork for the code base and spinning up networks and things like that. Do you think that you could take it from here, or not yet? Like, do you understand the high level goal enough, and would you feel confident in kind of taking this and just kind of like figuring it out?
So let me put it this way. For me, I can see more what's going on in what we're analyzing than at the high level. It actually would be helpful for me if maybe I could go through the dash docs more, but if I could have like a diagram of the different kinds of things we're talking about here, because we have transactions and we have signatures and we have like multiple hashes inside of hashes, and I guess I'm not 100% on what this looks like at the end. Like when we commit this transaction to the network,
mm-hmm.
there's like multiple levels of nested data and multiple levels of nested hashes. And if I could have it drawn of what those are supposed to be, which I guess I might be able to just, like, if I go through the code really slow, I might be able to draw it out. But I don't know if I would be able to take it over at this point.
Yeah. When AJ comes back, I'll ask him what he thinks it would require, or if he recommends like passing it over, and maybe like you taking the reins at this point, not just because, well, mostly because I want you to be able to get the grounding that you need to look into the SDK stuff more, like the Java SDK stuff more, And that
Right.
that involves setting up networks and like reg test network and working with testnet and maybe even playing around with mainnet stuff just to see transactions on the mainnet, that kind of stuff. That's all. Like AJ has a pretty good handle on transaction, like creating transaction, like normal transactions, for example, that you've not looked into at all. But all of AJ's stuff is open source, for example. So his documentation and his tooling is all open source. So you can take a look at all that stuff. And obviously we have AJ at our hand, but when he comes back, I'll basically ask him, like, what do you think Niles needs to know in order to take it from here? Yeah, because like I said, I want you to start getting more comfortable with stuff on your own if you can and if you want to.
Mhm.
So anyway, what's your, can you describe what we're looking at here and what tree you're going down here?
Yeah. So yeah, we were looking at the chain of events for, yeah. So the top part is what I'm less clear on, but we're creating a collateral transaction, and we were hashing a couple things that are inside of each other, and we were trying to untangle exactly like the order of how a governance object is getting hashed, and then that's going into a signature so that we can sign another thing that's getting hashed. And yeah, it's a little bit confusing to me right now, but we're trying to untangle that.
Yeah, and my high level view of what we're trying to do here is we have these the governance object prepare command, RPC command.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, when I do that on those sites that we looked at the beginning, it gives us those commands, and we ran those commands, and it's doing two things from my understanding. It's creating a transaction. That's obvious. It's creating a transaction that consumes one dash, that spends one dash, and it puts some data in the op return as well. And then it's also propagating this governance object message on the network. And then I think that the nodes on the network are then storing this governance object in memory. And it's like none of the governance object stuff is committed to the chain, obviously. So they need to, another node on the network needs to be able to look at this message that they get, this governance object prepare message. They're going to see that message, and they need to confirm that it's been paid or whatnot. And so they're looking at the transaction op return data. So I'm actually not sure what data we're supposed to expect in that op return. Because originally what we did is we looked at the op return data, and we were trying to see if hashing the data, either the string of the data itself or the hashing the double SHA-256 hashing the hex data, either of those, like neither of those matched the op return data. And I'm not even so sure that we should be expecting that. So I think that we should be, and I think the rabbit hole that you guys are down is, what data do we need to hash? Like what order and what kinds of encoding and stuff are we hashing? And we tried just hashing the strings, but that didn't make the output that we were expecting. And so now we're trying to figure out, okay, looking in the C++ code, what is the C++ code doing to hash the data? And that's where we're stuck. Is that your understanding also?
Yeah.
And then I'll just throw this up here. So Michael says, I can help Niles with building the -G. We can then add extra debugging to figure out what's really going on. And that's what
Yeah.
I mean. That's kind of where my mind goes too, because like even in my novice experience of programming, that's what I tend to always do. Is I even step through the code, like JavaScript code. You just in a modern IDE, which AJ is using Vim, so he's not doing that stuff. But in what's the like VS Code, you just put a debugger statement in there, and then you step into the code, and then it shows you where it's going, like what function calls it's going to, and you can step in and step out of that stuff. So that's what I was wondering, if you could do that with this C++ code base. I would have no idea how to do that with C++ code base, but but maybe you can. And you were saying if you could get it to build, compile, then you could do that.
Yeah. And it looks like Michael could help if I can't figure it out.
Sure. Yeah. And that would be awesome. And it should be documented somewhere, I would guess. Like, I would guess it would be documented somewhere to where somebody, well-versed in programming it in general could be able to follow it. You might have to go down a bunch of rabbit holes of like C++ tooling and stuff like that, but all of it should be available. It's always just a matter of how long it would take, and having helpful resources like Michael could really help with that process. So I think that's what I would like to suggest when AJ comes back.
Michael, do you compile it with Clang or GCC?
Or maybe we should just do it right now. Like, I don't know. I can throw your screen share up, and since AJ's gone anyway right now, there's not much that we can do to continue his thread, his train of thought. Might as well just shift gears for a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, we can try.
Put you on the spot,
Yeah, we'll see.
And do you see Michael's comments coming through on the side of StreamYard, or should I show them each time?
Yeah, he said GCC.
Okay, so you see that comment thread. Good.
Okay. I should have GCC by default, right?
Let me know if you're ready for me to add the stage.
Oh, AJ's back.
AJ, can you hear us? You're muted, I think, or something.
I was muted, indeed.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we were just talking while you were gone about other steps, other techniques we can use to figure out what's going on in the code base. And Niles is at least willing to try to set up a code base where he can put some debugger statements in and step through the code or whatnot after compiling, I assume. But yeah, so we didn't know how long you'd be gone. So that's the route we were going down.
No, if you can get it to compile, all the power to you.
Okay, so should we add you to the stage, Niles?
Sure. I mean, do you want to get Michael in here, maybe?
He doesn't know C++.
Yeah, I don't know.
Here's
Here's the link. I'll drop the link to him, and he can join us. I hadn't thought of that, but he's here anyway. All right. Adding to stage.
All right. Well, let's close that for a second.
So just a very quick overview of this. You've got platform, core, and user docs, and I've found that there is some useful stuff in the user docs as well. Like it might not seem like it, but we're not going to need anything from platform on this. But yeah, just give it a quick skim just so you can see like what's in the documentation.
Okay.
And I've also found that it's probably it's probably best to go to the GitHub as well. There seems to be extra documentation there sometimes.
Okay. So says we can use the master branch. I did check these. Let's see if I can use GCC. Okay. That's what is this?
If you want a VPS to try it on, I can get one set up for you. You can get it locally. Great. I don't remember if I actually tried this or not.
Okay, it's not in here. Let's go back.
I mean, in theory, /configure make, right?
Good. Oh, that's not in my thing.
Oh, and I'm just seeing a comment to go to GitHub and then go to build/unix.md if you haven't already got there. Are you on you're on Linux right now, or are you doing a VPS or
Yeah.
what? Okay.
Yeah, I'm on Linux.
Okay.
Do we have a build/Unix? I'm sorry. We have build AUX M4.
Can you command plus that thing a few times? I can't see it. I imagine nobody else can.
Sorry. Let's do. How do I just
Or
make it
control
bigger?
plus.
Hold on.
Really? Huh. Shift
Sure
control
is.
plus?
Oh, there you go.
That's right, baby. I know my Linuxes. Usually, shift control is the same as command. But max command is shift control on Linux. But sometimes it makes sense to not control plus because it's a terminal.
Okay, so you're saying build/. What is this? Should I check it?
I'll be back in a bit.
Okay. All right, let me go back to what I was thinking. And I was not thinking a lot, but we got a couple things here. There's a makefile. Gonna be honest, I have not seen this AM before.
Auto make.
But okay. I mean, should I just try doing a make or CMake or?
You're gonna have to do /configure first. I'm pretty sure. Or I mean, you could try it with Zig. Might work.
I actually haven't done that either.
Oh, CMake. Try CMake.
Okay, CMake.
Dot.
Okay.
Oh, look, it
Configuring
did.
them.
It worked.
I don't think it
Compiled the whole
worked.
thing.
I don't think that was the whole thing.
Is the C? Do you have build tools installed?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you do because you wouldn't have CMake if you didn't have the rest of the build tools. Detecting compile features. I don't know. Maybe I'll check the documentation too. I'll see what I can find while we're here.
Let me go look at that. So it said it wrote the build files in here. I'm feeling a little bit reaffirmed in my love for Zig.
Oh. Mm. So, with a surprising number of projects, I would imagine that it's actually the same for most Zig projects. People typically omit the 0 to 1 steps.
Right.
And the 1 to 2 steps. They omit both. 0 to 1 might be install Zig or install build tools. And then 1 to 2 might be, run /configure or run cmake with these arguments. I'm looking in the documentation. I'm just scanning really quickly right now. I don't see any reference to cmake in the documentation. I do see references to /configure. I guess that's developer notes. Contributing, fork, create branch, commit patches, commit should be automatic, git manual, squashing commits, rebasing commits, decision-making process, peer review, verifying reviewers, backporting.
I'm sorry for someone watching me do this, but I literally have not done this, aside from just running make. I mean, I could try just typing make in.
You could. I mean, typically it's not going to work without a configure step.
Right.
Yeah.
So Michael's saying not to do make. Are you guys seeing these messages?
Oh, no. Not. Oh, sorry.
Don't run make. Don't run cmake.
All right. Michael, what should I do?
Is this not documented? It kind of
no, this is typical. This is just like typical internet culture. People do not document how to install their stuff because the whole idea is that if you're going to come to one of these repositories, you are already in the in group. So there's hardly ever documentation. I mean, look at Node projects, look at React projects.
But I know,
React
projects. I get it. A lot of people don't document. I'm saying, do we have documentation?
Please, bro.
Probably the only update they did to the documentation was on the homepage, change it from Bitcoin to Dash. That's most of the pages don't even have that.
Yeah. So, Michael, what should I do?
Compiling for debugging. Compile enable debug. Doxygen, GraphViz.
Wait, it says doc/buildmd. Oh, you were talking about in the docs, that build. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Always use absolute paths to configure and compile core and the dependencies. For example, when specifying the path of the dependency, this thing. Okay. What is this? Dist/configure.
Oh, okay.
Okay, first grab the dependencies.
So you might need...
So we need libboost, libevent, and that. So I'm using an Ubuntu flavor, right? So I should be able to do the apt-get way, right? So
yeah, sudo apt-get install -y. And then... Oh, okay. Oh, good. It actually has the... If you scroll down a little bit, I don't know where you are actually. If you scroll down a little bit, it actually does have the install command.
Okay. Oh, the libevent. So I actually don't have these dependencies yet. Okay, and here's the to build. I just have to make sure I have the dependencies first.
Yeah, scroll down.
Okay.
And then scroll down more.
Niles, can you redo your windows here? Yeah, so we don't need to see everything there. And then bump up the font.
Okay, so here's this one.
Looks pretty documented to me. I don't know.
No, that's good. That's good. You rarely get that.
Okay, but rarely doesn't matter. What matters is it documented?
It wasn't documented how to get to the documentation.
That would be a problem. Is
Well,
like
there is a doc folder, but yeah.
it probably is.
Lib event
Yes.
dev. Huh? Why did it say that? So I did sudo apt-get lib event dev. It's missing install, right? Okay. Do we want to update that documentation maybe?
Yeah.
I don't have my Git attached to this specific VS code,
I'll
but
I'll
yeah, why don't you just go fix that? Okay.
And I'll
Berkeley
get
DB
the-
is required for the wallet.
what is?
Berkeley DB.
Oh, I think there's an option to use Level DB or SQLite instead. That's what I was told.
Okay, so Ubuntu and Debian have their own libdb dev and libdb++ dev packages, but these will install Berkeley DB 5.1 or later. This will break binary wallet compatibility with the distributed executables, which are based on 4.8. But I don't think I care about that because we're building it. But yeah, we're building it, so I think this is not relevant to us. Okay. I don't know what this is. Let's install it. Okay, GMP. That should do it. Okay, wow. I think we want to build without GUI for now.
That'd probably be a lot faster. We won't need the GUI.
Okay. Okay. So that's Fedora. Okay, I think we just go back up, but let me look, see what else we got in here. Right. So do I have to go? I should already have Berkeley DB, right? I already have it. And I think I already have Boost.
Yeah. You might want to do it from depends so that you get the version that it needs rather than the version that your system comes with. Michael is saying to do it from depends. I don't know when he said that though. Yeah, he said that a minute ago. So
Okay. So this is depends, right? Or is it?
I'm looking somewhere else for a few minutes.
Yeah, this is it. Okay. Okay. Experts only.
That's experts only.
Force use system Clang.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So I can turn off if I don't want to build those things, or I don't want to download. So correct me if I'm wrong. Won't it actually download Berkeley DB by default if I don't turn this no BDB on? Okay.
I don't. I'm just seeing this. Did you guys catch this? Have you done this?
I'm just looking at my screen now. I don't have your.
Okay.
I don't have it open. Can you read it to me? What he's saying?
Make dash J2 no underscore QT equals no. That's an environment variable, I'm guessing. Is that in the list there?
Wait, wouldn't we want no QT to be true? Because we don't want QT?
Well, I guess it depends what you want. But he's also saying install the common dependencies.
Oh. Okay. All right.
The makes
Try it.
the makes command is correct for no QT. Maybe make command. I don't know. Not sure if that was a typo or not.
Okay. So did I not configure it yet properly? Oh, right. Need to build the dependencies first. Okay, let me go back here. Okay, so if I make it in here, it will work. Okay. How many lines of code do you think we're touching right now?
1 million? You mean
Gotta be-
compiling?
Yeah,
It's up there.
it's up there. Gotta be several million at least.
Doesn't GitHub tell you?
Oh, I guess if you're including the dependencies.
Yeah, the dependencies.
Oh, yeah.
So I hope you trust it all.
As long as XZ is there, I know I do.
Yeah.
This completes, we CD and run autogen, etc. as per the docs, but I have to cheat here to make it go faster.
Remember to run libtool -- finish. Okay. Did this finish everything it was supposed to?
It didn't
What
take
does
a
Michael
few
think?
hours, probably not.
Well, maybe I was using AI, so it went faster.
Oh, yeah. It always goes faster when you're using your GPU to the max while doing something else. GPUs are 4, of course.
Okay, so run autogen as per the doc. I don't know. And run autogen. I wasn't sure if that previous command finished properly is all. So I was wondering if you were going to tell me to do something else.
I wasn't actually looking.
I'm talking to Michael now.
Oh. Yeah, the autogen and the configure should only take a minute or two, usually.
Okay. Make. Oh wait, were we supposed to do that without the QT?
If you started without adding the with QUI, no, yeah, that's gonna do it.
Okay. Let me restart. Okay. And then with make, do I have to? I shouldn't have to pass any more flags because we're already saying not to build it here, right? With QUI. Or no, we want the QT to be disabled, right? Okay. Michael thinks this will work.
So what's the why was it required to build this in order to do the step through of the code? I don't know anything about that.
Because you need to have it built in order to step through the code. Like, so to step through the code, it has to have something to execute. Building it is how it gets something to execute, right? Like we're making it executable.
Yeah, you're talking to a JavaScript developer here. All I ever known is JS, and you can step through source code in JavaScript stuff.
It's being built every time you run it. So you
C++ is ahead of time compiled.
Yeah.
Whereas JavaScript is going to be interpreted / just in time compiled.
That's what I thought after saying that. Yeah. Okay, it makes sense now.
The other nice thing about JavaScript is the billion lines of code that it takes to run anything, it's all hidden.
Yeah.
Whereas with C++, you can see all the different dependencies and stuff. It also doesn't help that all these warnings are really complaining a lot.
Yeah, it
So
looks
showing us
it's
all
kind of
that.
scary. Looks kind of faulty to me, but I've never seen this process.
I think I probably should have done more than J2, right? Is J2, does that mean use 2 cores? So I probably could have
Yes,
done like J8 or something.
yeah, you could do. I think if you just do dash J without anything, it'll just use whatever your machine wants to use. But
I
there
think
are times when you can't do that and you have to restrict it. But
I think I saw a talk by Andrew Kelly. He said if you do make/-j, it will just fork bomb your computer. But I don't know if that happens always or what.
I don't believe so. I could be wrong. There is I. If nothing else, you can give it the command that gives the number of processes you can run simultaneously. I think that the problem with running -j is that it will count hyperthreads rather than CPUs. And so then it is using more than the system resources you actually have. But it shouldn't fork bomb. You should still be able to use your computer. It's just
Dash J is infinity, is what Michael says.
maybe it is.
Well, we need to maintain backwards compatibility, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense if you think about it. All right. So, should be done. Should be. I need to do anything else? Okay.
Good.
So I should have a binary. Not in here. Collapse. Here's cache. I apologize to Michael watching me do this because I haven't done this before. So okay, we got our O files.
You're looking for dash D. That's
Well,
what the binary is called.
Okay. Dash T.
So far, it's going pretty good, it seems.
Okay. Where is dash D though?
I guess you use nproc.
Should be in build or something. use this. Oh, it's in SRC. Again, I apologize for people who are not noobs, and it hurts to watch me do this, but okay, yeah, we got dash D.
That seems counterintuitive to me, but that doesn't mean anything. I wouldn't have looked in source.
Yeah. Well, makes sense to somebody, so. Okay. So, what would be cool is if we could set up a bench. First of all, Michael, where are the docs that tell me how I should run this command, aside from just doing this? Like, what parameters should I pass into this? Well, I guess AJ probably knows that too, right?
What?
To run -d, what should I pass into it?
If you take a look at webinstall.dev, there's a lot of things you need. Well, depending on what you're going to do, but you need to have a -conf set up. I have templates for these. I'll give you the link here.
Okay.
If I can find them.
Post it in the comments so that we can put it out on screen too. AJ.
Yeah.
And then yeah, ultimately we're going to want to connect my VS Code to.
So if you were to, I'll put it in the comments here if I can figure out. Join the chat. Oh, I don't want to. Y'all have to put it in the comments for me. I can't comment right now.
Okay.
Because
Oh,
of
you
the way
have to
I'm
join
signed
with
in.
your YouTube account.
But if you take a look here, there is an example dash.example.conf that will actually have the stuff that is needed. So the best way to go about this would probably be to get a copy of that binary onto the server that I have rather than re-downloading and re-indexing for another 4 hours, because we should just be able to swap that binary for the one that I have, and then it should just work.
Okay.
But
so we should add some more logging stuff in it then. If we're going to go that route.
Sure. Well, I mean, we could just test it and make sure it works. But if you take a look at that stuff I sent you from the web install link, there is a dash.example.conf, and that is set up for running Dash as a full node, because not all of those options are specified. And this is also done in such a way that it can be templated. So you'll see there's some things that get replaced. And if you look at the -d testnet script, I guess it's actually -hd, because the -hd script, then it shows the different options that you would need. I don't think that you need use HD any longer, because I think that is now the default. And then you need the conf. And some of these you don't technically need, but I put them because I put -d on a mounted volume, so I separate conf, settings, wallet dir, data dir, blocks dir. And I wanted it to be explicit in this.
Michael says next time to rebuild after you make changes to the source, you just need to run make again.
Awesome. Okay. So, AJ, what do you want to do right now?
I'm going to finish the PR. Give me 60 to 120 seconds on that.
Okay.
Let's see.
Well, can I grab a drink real quick? Just a little pop real quick.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
What PR are you doing right now, AJ?
Documentation.
Oh, got it. You mean documentation to show how to get to the documentation, or what?
And the fix for the apt-get and some other things that I found while I was in there.
Okay. So what kinds of things do you think that logging out, what kinds of, where do you think we should put debuggers to see what we're trying to find?
I actually don't think that's going to help us in this case, because what we need to find is where the value is generated. The value that we get back is not a helpful value because we know it's a hash already. So as we go forward, I believe that it will be very helpful to debug things, or
Mhm.
could be. But we just need to know where the serialize function is being defined, as like that's really the most important thing. And maybe it's in a macro or something. I don't know. But the core problem that I left with was that tree that I showed you. So we want to run geobject prepare, which is going to create a collateral, which needs a hash for the op return, which hash is going to be a double SHA-256.
Wait. Slow down. Sorry, I'm not following that quickly.
Um,
Start again.
so if you look in the Discord, I'm just going to bump it up again.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is
Give me
this is the
one more
series of
second.
steps.
Okay.
So we need to get the hash of the governance object, which requires that we have the VCH signature, which requires that we have
We
a
need to get,
serialize
sorry,
hash.
slow down again. So I'm reading your comment here. Geobject prepare of the stuff, create collateral transaction.
Which we actually do know the name of that function now, but I didn't put that there.
Okay. Get hash for op return. And that's the get hash for op return. You're saying that depends on, that's a double SHA-256 of governance object hash or sign or something. So that's the question in my mind, is like, what are we hashing? And
Yes, so we're hashing a VCH sig, but we don't know.
where does it, how do you know that part though? How do you know
We
that
looked at it in the
hashed?
code.
Okay.
We see it in the code, and if you scroll up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the first comment Valadark made at 145, you can see where the second to last actual line of code says SS left bracket VCH sig.
And VCH, is that variable character or something or other, or what is that?
That's our guess. It's
Like, what signature is that, is the question, I guess, right?
well, we don't
That's what
know.
we don't know.
We know where it comes from. We know it's a signature of the serialize hash function. We have not been able to figure out. If you look a little bit lower down, the message at 2:27 p.m. in the middle, it says SS left bracket object. So this is the definition of the serial hash function. And I could bring this back up on the screen, but actually,
Okay.
let me just finish.
Sure, you know.
This PR. I need to write sentences according to its prompts here.
Yeah, so if we logged out that VCH sig, would that tell us anything just by looking at the length or anything like that?
We already know the length. It is a hash.
Oh,
Or
okay.
it's at least it's a
It's a
32 bytes.
no, the VCH sig isn't a hash, is it? Or
It's a 32 byte. No, correct. It's not a hash. It's a signature, but it's the same as a hash. It is a random sequence of bytes that is dependent on the input function or the inputs.
all right, you're back, Niles. You look like you're muted.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's my I just lost my terminal. Yeah, I'm on that Pop OS. I noticed this is Arch 64.
What's Arch 64?
This configure command that Michael gave me. I'm on x86.
Well, then
So-
I think you can. Nah, yeah, okay. Look in the depends and see what is there. Oh, no, that's the folder it's creating. That's the folder or that's the folder it depends on. Okay, looks like you found it.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to have worked. So,
All right, these are the changes I made. I'm putting in Discord for the documentation if anyone cares to look at it. But just some grammar typos, formatting, prominence, search terms.
Okay.
There's a few areas I didn't get because there was nested code blocks that someone else can deal with that some other day.
okay. So, we built it. Yeah.
Also, now I'm going to give you a thing. If you want to have access into the box that I've been on with the testnet, you can copy and paste that command, and that will retrieve or generate an SSH key so that I can add you.
Yeah, I'm going to look at it on my phone. Did you send it to me already? I see the SSH pub key.
Yeah,
Installed.
yeah, you would just copy and paste the SSH pub key install, and then it will install the SSH pub key script and then list or generate.
Do you want me to do that right
now? Sure, go ahead. I'll just go ahead and add you to the server so you can log in as you wish.
Okay. If I run it right here, it'll be fine, right? I don't think
Yep. So there you go. That one, right? You can run it again, the command, or it also runs when it installs. So.
Okay.
You don't need to worry about the rest of that. That's just informational. Okay. But yeah, that thing that it printed out, the ED255, that's your key.
All right. Okay, and sorry I missed it. Okay,
just paste that
saved right here. Okay.
That whole thing right there. Yeah, just paste that to me, and then I'll put it on the server, and then you will be able to get in. I'll give you the SSH config command, and you'll be able to get in. So I can figure out where it went. Dash. I don't know where. That's weird. Dash. No, not that one. Whoops. It's weird. I actually don't know where it went. I guess I accidentally closed it. That's okay. I'll just reopen it. Oh, here it is.
So what are we doing now? I missed some things.
I don't know. I am getting him set up to be able to get into the server at will.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn on my camera in a second.
Did you build this on your own laptop or on a VPS?
Talking about me?
Yeah.
This is on my desktop right now. This is my local computer.
Okay. And you're just trying to get him, AJ, you're just trying to get him set up on a cloud as well? On
so it's the same architecture. So it just copying the file should work. We should not need to rebuild. But yeah, now I sent you, so you'll just install S-Client. You could also use OpenSSL, but it's more involved with how to do it. So I just gave you S-Client, and then you just copy and paste that echo into your SSH config. And then you should be able to run SSH t-rpc2 or rsync. Yeah, so you should be able to SSH into it, and it'll ask you, do you want to trust this key? And then whatever it is that you did to install or to build -d, you can copy -d over, and then I can put it in the right place.
Okay. 1 second.
I'm just going to create a folder called -core next. And that is what we'll put it in and link it as. And it looks like we might need a variety of things. So some of the make tools. So this is a pro tip. I only found out about this recently. When you do configure, and I think you had prefix there, I don't remember, but when you do configure prefix, you can give it something like /opt -core. I'm going to give you the command here. Yeah, I think that actually would work. So if you use /opt and then the name of the thing, then it's not standard across the industry, but it is common across the industry that the configure file will correctly create the directories in a what's the term they use? It's in a permission-free, conflict-free way. So to get this to work properly, you will probably need to recompile with the prefix set to /opt -core, and because it'll make it so that it works from a relative directory rather than having to be an absolute directory. In this case, I see lib-consensus. So there's at least one library that it's going to look for. Yeah, it looks like there's only one library. lib-consensus that it's going to look for. But so that's going to have to be within a path that it understands. And when you compile with the prefix, then it will help it to know that it should look under that prefix, or not necessarily. It should be able to look at the lib folder relative to its bin folder, rather than trying to find it in the system directory.
Okay.
And there might be documentation on how they do this, but I hope they just kind of follow the convention. But however they build it when they release it to GitHub, that's how they build it, is the thing that has the effect that I'm talking about, which is conventionally to make the prefix /opt. Also, if disable shared was enabled, then it may have built it completely statically and not have that lib consensus outlier.
Oh, welcome, Niles. You got your camera going.
Yeah.
Your screen is not showing, though. Do you want me to add that to the stage?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so I reran the configure. And then if I go look at that code, will I expose your IP?
What?
The Webby thing that you sent me? That connecting to your server? Okay.
No, that's fine.
Okay. So yeah, we got this.
No, everything is on one IP address. I've got dozens of services running there.
Wait. Wrong one. Okay, so okay. So I'm sorry, I missed where we are. Should I just run that command you sent me, the Webapps client?
So there's two
Going
commands
to-
there. You'll need to run them separately.
Okay.
I will edit it so that it is.
That's all good.
Wait, if that's the case.
Okay, so we install that.
Yeah, and then you should be able to run the echo command that's going to set up your SSH config to use sclient with SSH. You don't want to show that to the world. Well,
Okay.
I guess you probably haven't been editing your SSH config, so it won't matter if you show it to the world, but it will be there correctly.
Okay.
And so then just run SSH t-rpc2. Oh, whoops. I think it's supposed to be user, not username. I had a little copy pasta there.
Like that?
Well, you'll just off screen real quick, just edit your SSH config, because if you add it to it again, then you'll have two instances of it.
Okay, I'm gonna stop screen.
Yeah, let me double check on that. Yeah, user. It's supposed to be user. I typed that line out by hand because my default user for SSH is app for myself.
What in the world? Hold on.
Okay, and I am going back to looking at source code, trying to find where object
Okay.
has some sort of serialized definition for governance object. Because it's defined somewhere. Or, I mean, like, you could be right, but that would be so bad. About the struct, just it packing the struct, but I don't know, I don't think it does that.
Okay, so in my config, it's just the thing that you gave me just now.
Okay. Well, I mean, that makes sense if you haven't ever edited it yourself. But
Okay.
you
So let me
will
just change
need
user to username.
you
Or
will
all the way
need
around?
to change the permissions on it. I'll give you the command for that in just a second.
Okay. Is that chmod?
Yes. Yeah, so it should be 0600. So the most restrictive permissions for a writable file. Oh, sorry, 0640. No, 060. 0600. I'm putting it in the chat as well. There. Chmod 0600 SSH config. .ssh config.
Okay, I'm gonna share my thing again. Although we're not gonna be able to do it till Ryan comes back. Okay. Can you see it though, AJ?
See what?
Can you see my terminal?
Let me see. No.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have to wait for Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan has to add it.
Okay, so let me try SSHing now. Oh, may not be accepting connections, remote error, TLS, no application protocol. The authenticity of host T-RPC2 can't be established. The key fingerprint is something. This key is not known by any other names. Are you sure you want to continue connecting?
Yeah, just say yes.
Yes. Okay. permanently added that to the list of known hosts. Welcome to Ubuntu 22.
All right, I'm going to do one more thing and then have you just go ahead and log out.
Okay.
Okay, and then log in again.
I did the rebuild since I changed the configure. I'm rebuilding real quick. I guess I could open another terminal.
Yeah, turns out terminals.
Turns out.
Lots of windows, lots of tabs.
Okay, I'm back in.
All right. And you should see.
Well, I can even see all your commands you ever ran too.
And you should be able to see me typing.
I don't see you typing.
Really? When I log back in.
Let me do it again. I'm gonna X out.
Oh, you went out again. Okay.
I was in. Wait, I was in. What am I looking at right now? Is that a visual glitch or what? Okay.
Your screen size might be wicked small.
Let me try again.
My screen size is pretty small, so I mean.
I see Echo. Hello, Niles. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh, I see you typing. Amazing.
Yeah. See.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's what we call screen.
Wow, so fancy.
Oh, the fanciness. Oh, it's strong with this one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I see constructors, I see process vote, get hash, get data hash. Okay, get data hash was used somewhere, get signature hash. So there are 3 different hashes. There's a hash, a data hash, and a signature hash.
Yep.
There is a sign. Check signature, get JSON object, load data, get data. Interesting. Univalue. I remember you commenting on that the other day, but I don't remember what that's about.
Oh yeah, I mentioned that.
Min collateral fee, count, get absolute, get current, relay, update, sentinel variables. Okay. There is no serialize here. None. Not one. There's nothing that even sounds close to serialize. I don't understand.
Niles, we don't have your screen up. Can we put it up? Are you done doing secret things?
Oh, he's done a long time ago.
You can put it up.
Okay.
Yeah, this is me recompiling, and then I also have another window with AJ. Okay, so AJ, do you want me to add some print debugging stuff in that function?
I think that you two had decided that you wanted to do that, so I will leave it up to you because I don't. My problem is not that I don't know what a value is. My problem is that I don't know where the serialize function is being defined.
Okay.
Univalue. What the heck is a univalue? Maybe univalue is got the serialize function on it. No. I think a unit value is actually an ini. I think it's an enum. Yeah. I think it's probably related to the parsing of the string. So it's I think it's a wrapper either for the RPC or for the CLI. It does have a read function. Screen disappeared again.
Yeah, I'm going to share my entire screen.
Mm.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Ryan still here? Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you can see my screen now. Okay. So yeah, I'm connected to computer with AJ, and I'm also rebuilding, and I also have the code right here. So yeah, so we could add some print statements in here, but AJ is more confused about where the implementation even is. So
If we knew what to print, we wouldn't have to print it.
pretty much.
So, but what about stepping through the code? Does that work well? Is that helpful to find where the serialization happens? Like stepping through the code?
Using GDB?
Using what?
GDB.
Something
So
driven.
we need to recompile with debug symbols enabled. We could probably do a fast compile. Let me see. How would we know? How would we know? That is a tough one. How I
The
actually
debug symbols are in there by default, right? Well, I guess
I don't know. I don't know.
because they say they strip the debug symbols for the release binary that they ship to people, which decreases the size by 90%. But
By
I
how
guess
much percent?
that doesn't
9
mean
or 90?
90. Yeah,
90?
yeah, that's what it said.
Oh.
Yeah, see, the release is built with GCC and then strip-d to strip the debug symbols, which reduces the executable size by about 90%.
That doesn't seem real, but okay, we'll go with it. How big is your -d?
(82.6 megabytes).
Run strip on it? Or maybe don't. I guess if you reran make, it shouldn't take long. Copy it? Copy it.
Yeah, let's do that. Sorry, let me open up a new terminal here.
That's really interesting. Mine says it's dynamically linked and stripped.
Copy.
It's also a Pi executable.
Niles, did you see the comment to try file src?
Yeah, I think that just says how big it is, right?
No, it gives you details about its compilation.
Okay, yeah.
Also, FYI, the failsafe copy command is -cap r cap p lower p.
dash cap RP lower P.
Check in Discord.
I don't want to do it while I'm watching. Take me off the stage real quick. Room for stage. Let me see.
You need 2 monitors, man.
I'm sorry. I actually have I have some other ones, but just don't have it set up right now. How do I add back to stage?
Oh, I guess technically that should be dash D, not dash.
Is
Hey.
Ryan here right now?
Ryan, are you still there?
I'm here.
All right, you gonna put it back?
I think I took it off stage, but it won't let me put it back on.
Yeah, you can't put it back on. I can do that.
You have to give it whatever your path is, and it's dash D, not dash. I just.
Now, what's a command where I can just see how big it is? LS negative.
Yeah, dash AL.
Does A? Oh, yeah.
Capital AL. Or you can just give it the file name afterwards. You don't have to rep it.
There you go. Okay, sorry, I'm not a Linux expert on the command line.
Well, it's never too late, Niles.
All right, so we got 14 million bytes right there.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, well, and so it is. Anyway, I am looking up how would we use GDB. I don't know how we would do this because this is multi-threaded. I mean, I haven't really used GDB that much. I have probably mostly used it on embedded devices. And this could be... See, what would be really nice is if this stuff was all segmented into its own modules or libraries or packages or whatever you want to call them, so that we could run and test things independently. And I don't believe that there is a way to do that. Could we... Well, actually, wait. This is largely happening. Is this RPC? I said that this, I think this is on the client side. So if this is on the client side, then that would be a lot easier because it would be dash CLI that we are dealing with, not dash. All right, GDB. It's been a long time. A long time. So we could do break on function. Let me see if I got GDB installed over here. GDB. Nope. All right, I'm installing GDB. Will you copy over that dash D that you got? And also, I won't need just the dash D. I'll need the lib consensus as well. So under wherever it put them, like dist or build or whatever it is.
Sorry, 1 second. Where's the?
Where did it put dash for you? Where did it put the -d file for you? Because the other files are.
It was in here, right?
I don't know.
All right, let me look.
When you run make, where does it write the file to at the end? Because it should be a bin folder.
I have -d right in here.
Under source?
Yeah.
Why would it put the build file under the source?
I don't see it right here though.
It's gonna be, those are directories. Those are all directories. So it'd be after the directories. We list the files.
Oh, okay. It's I thought that was going up a level of nesting.
Yeah, it does look.
I normally don't use the icons like that. Okay.
All right, so there's -d, and then there may be look and see if there's a lib consensus down there. That is so weird that it would put the artifact in the source folder rather than in a dist folder or something. It would end in a .so. I don't see any that look, or maybe it's a .o. Let me see. What does it say? And maybe we don't even need it. I don't know. We could just try running without it, and there's a good chance. Well, maybe not. Maybe good's not the right word. There's a chance that. Okay, it says .so lib-consensus.so, but there's a chance that that's for some other thing and it's not actually needed. So let's move forward with the idea that it's probably not needed. If you would, let me double check the rsync command I gave you earlier. Let's see. There's going to be an. Do you see -CLI?
I'm on that terminal with you.
No, and you're local. Do you see -CLI?
As a file?
Yes.
I see -CLI.1 -res.rc. Let me look at that.
I don't. Maybe we have to do something else to build the CLI. But the CLI is actually. I think the CLI is what we need here. Because I believe that it does the governance object. No, it can't. How could it possibly do that? Hold on. Okay. Source RPC. Maybe because it's in Berkeley DB?
Oh, wait. I have a -CLI. I have one.
Okay. I'm not sure whether this code is running from -d or if it's running from -CLI. That's not clear to me. Let's do this. Run the command strings. I think it's strings on -CLI and see what you get back.
Let me know when I can share your screen, Niles.
Okay, just give me a second. I just don't want to show my Discord per se.
That's reasonable.
Okay. You said you want me to put the strings inside of. I'm sorry, I missed the last part you said.
Just copy those
Oh.
files over.
Oh yeah.
Just run the rsync
Let's do that.
command. I think that I may have constructed it correctly, that it'll just work, but if not, we can fix it.
Yeah. So do I run that locally then? It
Yes.
should be on my machine.
Yes, and then hopefully that will get copied over.
Okay. Okay. Looks like I sent 1.72 million bytes.
Oh, that's amazing.
And then I sent 6.6 million bytes.
Oh, wait. Shouldn't it be a lot bigger than that?
Total size is 14.62 million.
We don't want the strip version. We want the original one. Of both.
Oh, my bad. Or your bad, because you're the one who actually had me run that command.
I'm not on your computer.
You told me to strip -d, and I did. Okay, so let me remove that -d, and I'll copy the original copy that we made.
We good to share a screen?
Yeah. Okay, here's the not stripped one.
I still only
Yeah.
see the one that's 19 megabytes.
There you go.
long.
Should be 82 point almost 6.
Wait, all right, let me go back to watching your screen. Where did you send it to?
Right here.
Dash core next bin. Dash core next bin. Okay, I see it. Yep. All right, so I'm gonna go.
Looks a little smaller on your computer, huh?
What?
It says 79M. This is
Megabytes versus
different
megabytes.
kinds of different kinds of megabytes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
marketing bytes versus actual bytes.
Okay. Sounds good.
A little legal loophole there. That's how you buy a 10 terabyte hard drive and only end up with 6 terabytes of usable space.
Yep.
That 24, it just compounds.
So this is what AJ is doing, everyone. You're watching through my screen what AJ is doing on a remote machine. Isn't that amazing?
This is
The
cool.
way the good Lord intended. Actually, let's see. System -d testnet. Okay, so we need to do system control restart -d testnet sudo thermal control zfoo -d testnet. Oh, startup failed. That's what my system thinks of your binaries.
Whatever happened to works on my machine?
Docker.
Docker is the solution.
Docker.
It works on my Docker.
Exactly. You got it. You know what's
Works
up.
on my Docker.
That's right. You've got it. Okay. Well, let's see what happens if we run it manually. Whoops. Let me try dash version. It's probably going to be something. Yeah. Okay, so
Oh yeah, I didn't let it finish recompiling with after the configure thing.
Did we do all this monkey business just so that we didn't have to sync a chain? Was that the purpose here?
monkey business.
I
There is
mean,
no monkey
it's not
business.
monkey business, but moving it
Are
to your
are we
cloud.
copying it over? Yeah. So we shouldn't have to sync the chain. We should just be able to copy over the file and it should work. However, they're not compiled the same. So the instructions that he followed do not yield the same type of binary that is what's distributed on GitHub. So, but I think I actually did see in the instructions something that probably should have been more prominent. I'm going to go into the doc folder here. Where was that? Build Unix. I saw something up at the top. It says disable shared. I don't know if that means build it statically. But I think disabled share would work. That said, I am going to go ahead and try installing the things that it wants.
Did that just compile the whole thing?
No, because I don't know what you're talking about. But no, because it's going to use cache of object files.
Right.
That's without me actually knowing what you're talking about. Because I didn't even look. I'm doing this thing. Okay.
So I could send you this again. This is after I configured it the way that you asked.
I think that you would also need to add the disable shared to it. That's actually up at the top of the page, but I don't think that it's referenced again later. Well, or page. So
could you send it in this chat, the StreamYard chat?
Okay, let me try. I can send it to the private chat.
Yeah, let's do that. Because I don't want to open Discord on dash CLI is just a front end. Gotcha. Thank you, Michael.
So dash CLI connects to dash D.
Right.
So it has to. That's the whole point of RPC. But in the code, it is doing business logic in the RPC, which would mean that it is actually running something in the RPC. Now, that might not be correct, because what it may be is that it may be connecting via RPC and then getting everything, including its help. The help may not be built in. The help may be coming from dash D. But dash CLI is connecting to dash D. You know, there is code for it somewhere. But it may actually be that when you run dash help, that it's actually looking up dash help in dash D and then sending the text back to dash CLI, which seems insane, but who knows?
Michael gets it. Okay, the disable shared, does that go as a parameter on make or inside of a config?
Disable shared
Yeah,
dot slash configure dot slash configure.
Okay, it's a configure.
That's what I saw. I didn't research it heavily, but if you look into the documentation.
Okay, you want me to search for it?
I'll give you the link again here. It's that one. Anyway, what I was going to do was I was going to look in the I suspect it may actually be that it's grabbing everything over RPC. That the only thing that it's got no, at least that maybe the RPC help is over RPC, but it's got to do something. Yeah, because it can print out error messages when you're not connected. So therefore, yeah, it definitely has something. Anyway, oh, that's fine. Okay, so there is no string for get budget system collateral TX, which is what I expected. So I think we are back to it is on. I don't know how we would debug the cert. Well, okay, we could try. I don't know. I'll try GDB. I'll just try GDB. Let me do. Well, first of all, you're still recompiling it, yes?
Yeah.
Miles? Okay, you're recompiling.
What changes did you do that you're recompiling?
Trying to make it more static.
More works on everyone's machine.
Yeah. So yeah, Ryan, what that means is a dynamically linked executable, what it will do is when you first run it, the operating system is going to take the dependencies that it calls for and make an executable with it. And the problem with that is there can be version mismatches. So statically linked is when all of the dependencies are already bundled in the executable when you actually start it up. So the operating system doesn't have to link it, and it's not going to look on the system for the versions that it has. So,
in other words, works on everyone's machine.
Yeah.
The way that Go binaries and Node and
Zig
modern
by
software
default
works. Yeah.
Except on Mac, I think you have to link libc. Or you can do it statically though, right? So
well, the thing with on Mac though, Mac is its own platform, so you're guaranteed to get the it's not like there's 6 different versions of Mac OS.
Right.
And
so
you just pick an older target and compile for it, and then it's going to work.
I don't know what LDD does. I don't know if that just like hands over everything on your system to Michael, but he's asking you guys to both run this.
It runs the linker. It shows where things are linked to. Right now, I'm just installing more dependencies. But we can run.
Okay. Here you go, Michael.
So I don't know if my screen's still showing, but yeah. So basically, the version that I was given.
Paste this somewhere too if you want to have a copy.
It's not useful.
Okay.
The LDD is not. It's not unique information. It's just showing everything that's linked. Okay. So it just like if you're wondering, hey, how much crap is this linking to on the system that's going to be dependent on that might break? This will give you that list. So if the version that you get, the version that compiles, should have a very short list. But okay. Anyway, I got it. I just installed all the shared dependencies on the system, and it's new enough, and the -D is new enough that the libraries happen to match. So we're good there.
Okay. I did an rsync again.
Okay. Well, let me see what we get now. Nope. It's the same. Same problem. But here's what I'm going to do. Well,
oh, I'm sorry.
Don't take my screen away from me, son.
My bad.
All right. Okay, and then we're gonna break. I don't know how we break on a function here. Let's try to do this. Where I'm looking at some documentation for GDB.
The number of times I've used this directly from the command line is like once. Typically, I mount it to VS Code. I say typically. I've done that once, but it's a lot easier once it's up.
The problem is VS Code doesn't run on servers very well.
Well, it can go through the SSH, right?
Maybe. Try it. If it works,
I mean,
it works.
I don't remember how to do it enough where I can just do it right now on a stream, but
I have had very, very inconsistent behavior with it.
Okay. Well, why don't we try your way?
I have to figure out maybe how to list debug symbols. I don't know. Maybe is there help? Let's try help. Aliases, breakpoints, data, files.
So Niles, you were putting together a launch.json file on your Visual Basic editor. Did you give up on that idea, or?
Yeah, I was trying to do this. I think I should look at some more docs in order to get it right. I would also need some kind of bench so that I would need to know what I want to like start the program up with, like what data I want to pass in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that AJ could help me with, but I don't know what that should be.
Michael says, the path for depends seems specific to my system. Can you make sure that the correct one is used that points to your depends/arc? So Niles has all the dependencies. AJ does not.
I actually do have all the dependencies, but I just have them installed at the system level. I mean, it's running now.
All of them at a system level with totally different versions and stuff, or
no, it's working. It's working. The versions happen to match. They're similar enough that they work.
It works on my Docker, so
that's right, man. Works on my Docker.
Okay, so where are we at in terms of putting like the debug statements in and logging out what we think?
Niles, do you have my screen showing again?
Yep.
All right.
I have it pulled up too. So the whole world can see what you're doing.
Excellent. That's good. That's the way I like it sometimes. All right. So then what we need here is I don't know how this thing is built, but we're going to try break on I'm going to try it on RPC governance 176.
Hey.
Oh, wow. You're doing breakpoints on Vim. Okay.
No, it's not Vim. It's GDB.
Yeah, this is the command line interface for the.
Yeah, I mean, without a GUI.
Well, I mean, that's how you do it for C code.
Well, you can, but
I don't know. any other way to do it? This is how
VS
this is the
Code,
only way I've
you
ever
just-
used C
You
code.
click the line. You click a little button next to the line number.
Yeah, but that's like JavaScript. It's got the built-in node engine in the editor.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to do
Yeah,
things the easy way.
if I can get this to be set up correctly, then we could do it through here. But I think then it would be a thing, because I would have to attach it to the remote server, and it's
Yeah, it's a lot simpler to do it the simpler way. The more abstractions and network tunnels and stuff you got to add on it, like it's just more frustrating.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, when we started this, we were just working with Niles's local computer, so that was a different.
And we could copy over, we could start an rsync and just get all these things over there to you, Niles.
Yeah.
So Michael's saying, oops, Niles may as well sync his node locally as well. I agree with that.
True that. All right, so if I'm not mistaken,
yeah, my machine is I have a 5950X Ryzen 9, so that's like the top of 2 generations ago.
So do you want to do that, Niles, while AJ's doing stuff, or
yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
How would I do that?
Okay, so I think, do you have the old one that you just built? Because what happened here, hey, leave it alone.
Sorry.
No touchy. Because the one that you just synced over,
Okay.
I believe that what happened was that it just disabled the database support. I don't think that it did what we were hoping. So if you could build it again, but not have the without shared, I'm hoping that version will work, because this one, if you can see on the screen here, it says error, failed to open database, blah 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 blah, build does not support Berkeley database format. Now I'll check the documentation and see if we have to do something special to enable it, but I think the disable shared had the not at all the consequence that we were hoping for. I don't think that it made it more static. I think it just disabled things that otherwise would have worked.
Okay. How do I check my configuration settings?
Run /configure -help. But yeah, you'll rerun configure and then you'll rerun make, and it should go pretty fast because it should be able to reuse a lot of the objects, I think.
Okay.
All right.
With BDB, no.
We don't want, let's see. What is BDB?
You want that turned on?
Here. Huh?
We want that turned on? That's Berkeley DB, I think.
Well, the version that I have uses it, so we will need...
So I should turn that on?
Yeah. Is it not on by default?
I might have configured it to be off. Let me see.
Let's see what this says here about Berkeley DB. Berkeley DB 4.8 must be used. Okay, what version of Berkeley DB do I have? BDB. Okay, LA. User lib BDB. No, lib BDB? Lib Berkeley? Lib. Where the flippy dippy is Berkeley? Install compatible whatchamadoodles.
In
Burp.
case BDB does not ship with a static library, the resulting build, when compiled with no shared, will not support it. Can I, sorry if this is a dumb question, can I just turn this to yes? Can I say BDB equals yes? What's the command for that? What do you think, Michael?
What is this?
Okay.
Yeah, I think we want BDB yes. And we don't want the shared disabled. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's saying the same thing I was saying. The shared the without shared option did not help us. It hurt us.
Okay. I actually just don't know. How do I take it out?
You just configure without it.
Do help. Okay.
No, you just run the same command you ran to configure before. Like run // configure, hit up a couple of times until you see where it was that you last ran it. Maybe you ran it in a different console or something.
So I had this one.
So that looks about right, except the arch is wrong there. And
is that an underscore or a dash?
Actually, I would put the prefix as /op/-core. I'm pretty sure that's /op/-core.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Try that, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay. What about the other change?
There is no other change. I don't think.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what all times you've run the configure.
Let's try it.
But what this may do is I may end up needing to get
Should I go?
some other files from you. Yeah, go ahead. And if you want to open up another terminal, you can copy. You'll have to make the same directory name that I have, but you can copy my -core.
I did not see if DBD was enabled. Maybe I should have checked that first.
Well, you didn't disable it, so it should have been enabled.
That's what you think.
Well, the documentation references disabling it, and it references disabling shared. It doesn't reference enabling it.
There's a missing dependency.
Okay, so I just gave you 3 commands. If you want to sync,
can you paste them in the private chat for me?
Can you? Yeah, I can. Does that even work? I never paste it in there because it always messes up the formatting, and I guess when you pasted it, nope, it definitely messes up the formatting. Absolutely 100%. Let me try that again. All right, there's 1. There's 2. There's 3.
Okay. I'm gonna mute my
The NSA is listening to your keyboard.
Just because I know there are people who will like they'll take your audio and they'll reconstruct your password. So
You even wanted to take your video down so that they didn't see what your eyeballs were doing, right? Pretty.
actually, you can get audio from a video if it's high res enough that you can actually like observe the motion of objects based off of the audio. So
that's how they used to spy back in. Well, they probably still spy this way, but yeah, you can yeah, use lasers on buildings across the street.
right. Okay. Why is it not doing this? What the heck? IDN no such user. Oh,
Oh, whoops! That should be dash in. That was a typo.
out here. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Is this right?
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
So is this giving me like a synced blockchain?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So that might take a while. Let's see. 10 megabytes per second. Let's see, how many gigs is it? Yeah, a couple hundred seconds. Or a few hundred seconds. Should be good. Interesting. The compression's working out. You're getting over 10 megabytes per second transfer. Or maybe it's mebibytes, so never mind. But the compression probably does help.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, did the build complete?
Yeah.
All right, can you rsync over that file to me?
What the heck? I hate how my reverse search does. What the heck? R sync. I typed it wrong again. R. Okay.
This is why real men
Oh,
use bash, but the rest of us who want to get on with our lives use fish.
Yeah, I definitely need to switch. I'm just
Real
using
men.
the default one that comes with Pop! OS right now. Where did my command go?
I can just give you the. You can. I can put it in the chat.
Just go in the private chat.
All right, there we go.
Give it to me again. Thank you.
I think that's the one. Yeah.
Oh, I have to go to SRC. Let's do it.
Michael says, so in the meantime, now should update the -- prefix in the configure command to point to the depends directory and the arch directory in that.
All right, let me see if this was updated within the last few minutes. It looks like it was updated about 5 minutes ago. Good. That's right, right?
Okay. So you're talking about for what I'm going to use for the build that I'm going to run on my machine, Michael? So we want depends slash x86. Oh, it has to be up one. There you go. I can configure from this directory, right? And I feel like I'm missing something here now.
All right, and it failed because it still does not have Berkeley database support.
Use the full path.
Nope.
Okay. Full path. Huh? So this slash documents slash GitHub slash dash slash. Is it in? It's not in SRC, right? Okay, like that. Oh, I do have to. That'll be it.
I need to go in a few minutes,
There you go.
so I'm gonna have to pop off.
Okay.
Okay.
I will put the command that I was running in the Discord because that'll format properly and allow me to have more than one command at a time. So GDB, then file, oops.
BDB is still on no.
176. Say what?
Michael says he thinks the issue that with the depends directory was the reason that the BDB was missing. But even with that latest configure I just did, it's still set to no. Right?
Yeah, the prefix is typically, I mean, people can do whatever they want, right? They can totally screw it up. But I have never seen prefix used for anything other than what the install location is. I have never seen prefix used for something else. But somebody could make it do double duty, or but typically that's not the problem. I think build, it says build. Now again, they could be lying, right? It could be the shared library wasn't found. It says build does not support Berkeley DB. I would expect that if the build was built with Berkeley DB, that it would say error loading libdb. That's what I would expect. Now, where was I? File break. Okay, there we go.
$22,000.
Okay. So I put in the Discord what I think will work for us to be able, so the next step would be in another screen, to then run the gobject prepare command. And if we're lucky and we have a build that works, then when we run the GDB and we give it the file that it's going to run, and we give it the breakpoint, we give it the command to run, and the other window will run the -CLI with the gobject prepare, and then in the GDB window, we should get back the step through debugger, which I think the commands are something like S or I or something like that to go step by step. Yeah, run, break, disable in next line of code without diving into function. Step goes into the instruction. Okay, so then it would be
We're almost done with 2check.
I think the problem will be potentially, however, that I don't know whether or not, well, hopefully yes. Hopefully, yeah, cuz the double left arrow is a function overloaded. So when we get to that, if we press S, then it should step into the function that gets called by the double arrow. We should end up with being able to know how the object is serialized.
Okay, I got 8 gigs. It's done.
Oh, it's done?
Yep.
Cool.
What's 8 gigs for? That's for testnet, I guess.
Yeah.
Got it. Fully indexed.
Yes. Now you will need to run it with the exact same command that I used, which is also what we're using for GDB. So if you want to test
Can you
it,
paste that for me?
yeah, I'm going to put it right here. So this would be like that.
Okay. Do I have all this stuff? I also noticed there's a double dash in there. Twice. Well, I could try running it. But, okay, this is assuming that I'm in the directory that has -D. And where did I just put it?
Should be in dash
It would
core.
be in my mount storage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait. That's where your -D is? Or is that just where the blocks are?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
That's a question for AJ.
What?
He's looking for the -D binary in the folder structure.
Yeah,
I
is
don't
it
know
in...
where you put it. -D binary where?
Oh, just like where I had it before? Okay.
Yeah, that you'd run the -D binary from where you had it. Although I probably also need to get you my -D config from here as well. So let me do that. -core -.conf. There's also a wallets directory. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to have you rsync over the whole of the -core directory locally. You don't have a -wallet locally that you have money in or anything, right?
Right.
Okay. Because this is going to blow it away.
Okay.
Okay, I'll send
still
that
not right.
command in both places. Oh, whoops. There is a typo there. Let me fix that real quick. All right, there we go. Now it's correct. It actually makes a difference whether you use a trailing slash or not. Because if you don't use a trailing slash, it'll copy the folder into the folder. If you do use a trailing slash, it copies the contents of the folder into the folder.
Okay. So you want me to do this right now and not this other one? Because I didn't execute -d. All right, let me just rsync it to you.
Okay, now try running the -d command in all of its glory. Huh.
I need this one.
We might need to run chown on both of those because sometimes... So sudo chown, and it'll be the same thing as it was before, id-u-n with the capital R in front, and do g-n, and then .-core, and then mount storage-core. So, and I'll copy this over to you as well. And normally that's done. Okay, I guess I see how that could maybe have messed up. Okay, now try running it again. Okay. Does -core exist? Is the app. Oh wait, something went wrong. Okay. So we're gonna have to modify this. Of course, we're gonna have to modify this for your user, not for the app user. Because of the way that they, and this is not DCG, this is the college kids that created Bitcore. Because the way that they didn't follow standard system conventions, you have to go do all the things by hand. But they didn't know any better because they're just college kids. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's try that one. So, I mean, I'm assuming we change it up to say Niles instead of app. I'm assuming that's what your directory is called because that's what your user is called.
Oh. Failed to open this database path. Oh yeah, build does not support Berkeley DB database format, huh? I guess we were expecting that.
All right, what? Build does not support Berkeley database. Okay, well, I have to go. Y'all figure that out, and then it's gravy.
Amazing.
Oops. What's the issue? Berkeley DB still not working for us?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so there's something has to be done to enable Berkeley DB, and then please, Niles, make note of whatever ends up working so we can make a PR to update that or add it to the existing PR.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm gonna go eat something and then I'll see if I can make it work. Michael, do you have any ideas? Okay. Let me check Discord on my phone.
All right, I'm out. Adios. Have a good one.
Have a
y'all.
good one.
So, Niles, are you still with me?
Yep.
Okay. Michael says, in case Niles is still awake, I can chat with him for a bit, say in 1 hour.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, there's no issue with us being awake. We're 5 o'clock here, so p.m. Unless you're a night owl or during the day, whatever. Not sure what your sleep schedule is.
I'm actually on a normal sleep schedule right now, surprisingly enough.
Oh, good. Good. All right, so should we end the stream here then, and then
Yeah.
do some
Yeah,
off-stream work, I guess?
Yeah, I'll pick it up with Michael, see if we can get something running.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. If anybody is still in the stream, it's 5.5 hours long, or watching this later, I suppose. But see you later. Thanks, Niles.